All righty, everyone. Good afternoon. This is meteorologist Timmy Ellertson here with our other meteorologist, Chris. Chris, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing good, Timmy. We've got the tornado warning going here for the Evansville area in Indiana.
That's right. We've been watching. We kind of got this little bit of a line of storms, more or less, here that's tracking its way. It's pretty much right up on the cold front. It's pushing its way through western Indiana right now, and there is a pretty decent amount of wind shear going on, and conditions are favorable. We do have kind of an unstable environment, which naturally is always good if you're a thunderstorm here. And yes, one of our storms has actually gotten a little bit of rotation with it right around Evansville, Indiana. Now, we take a look at this, it might be a little bit tricky to see exactly what we're looking at. But I can tell you what we're looking at, this section of the storm right here. Now, it doesn't look like much on radar. It doesn't necessarily look like our big defined hook echoes that we like to talk about, especially what we were talking about a couple weeks ago out in Ohio. But it is there, believe it or not. Here we kind of get this more or less broken line of storms, I guess you could say here. And yeah, there's ample rotation, or there's ample, environmental factor. I can't talk all of a sudden. I've been talking for the past hour now. I can't talk. The environmental conditions are pretty good right now across some parts of southern Indiana. Nonetheless, we're getting these storms to rotate, and this is the area that we are focused in on right here, pretty much right over downtown Evansville. So we'll know if there's anything happening with that as well. Again, not the strongest rotation that we've ever seen, but it is still a rotation nonetheless. And well, as I mentioned, it's right over Evansville, Indiana, right now here. So, like I said, we'll know pretty soon if there is anything on the ground or if this rotation maybe gets a little bit more organized here. Let's take a look at our correlation coefficients here. Quick little introduction to these various radars, and as we go through, watching these storms, you'll start to get the hang of it. Correlation coefficient, that's your radar image here, right here on the right. And this guy, kind of for lack of a better explanation, what it's doing here is the radar is sending out a beam two different directions, and it's able to detect the size of objects. Nonetheless, if let's say we're looking at rain, well, we're going to have a high correlation. In most situations in a specific area, raindrops tend to all kind of be the same size. So it's a high correlation for those of you who like statistics. But if we have a tornado on the ground, it starts picking up leaves, dirt, roofs. Well, those are not the same size objects. The sample size is not the same, and the correlation begins to drop. So that's what this image right here on the right is that we're looking at. Again, we tend to look for this when we're looking for debris, and it appears here, let's double check here with the warning. Yeah, it's still radar indicated, so nothing has been observed at the moment that we know of, but certainly something to watch. And again, we'd be looking for a little bit of a drop off there. So again, that's our good friend, the correlation coefficient. High resolution here, velocity. Again, what we're looking at here is the radar is detecting the winds, one direction and the other direction. Pretty straightforward. Greens are winds going towards the radar, reds are winds going away from the radar. Where we see them kind of higher values right up against each other, good indication that there's some rotation there. And in this sense, we're also looking down in the lower levels. So, like I said, pretty much right over Evansville, Indiana. Of course, it is tracking its way to the north here kind of quickly, so it's not going to be over it much longer. Chris, how many tornado watches do we have in effect right now?
We have got tornado watches in southern Indiana. We've got them in southeastern Ohio, and then northern Tennessee. And they're going till 6 p.m. here this evening on this cell. One thing on this cell that is in the Evansville area, and it's actually kind of moving through and south of Evansville, heading towards Newburgh. It's got about a 50-mile-an-hour movement on it, so they're moving through there very fast. I would expect that we've been seeing, actually it's jumped that, heading up there to that Newburgh, north of Newburgh towards Boonville. And what we've been seeing with a lot of these storms the last couple of days is large hail. We could see hail in these, upwards. We saw 2-inch type hail being reported with these cells with these fast movement yesterday, and I would expect more of the similar here. This tornado warning is on a tail, so it is one of those type storms on these lines that could spin out a tornado. So we need to watch it here very shortly. If this does get spotter or EMS sees this, we'll be updating. But right now, it is radar indicated, and in that between Newburgh and east of Evansville, heading towards Boonville.
That's right, east of Evansville now. And again, it's moving at 50 miles an hour. And, storms don't have to wait for red lights. So it gets a free pass straight through the city there. So again, already as mentioned, it is right there on the eastern side now of Evansville, heading up towards the Boonville area. And this is an area that saw some thunderstorm activity earlier on today in the form of kind of more or less a line, or at least kind of a decent sized MCS. It's now pushed its way off towards the east. So the atmosphere around here is trying to destabilize a little bit. As a matter of fact, while we're on the topic here, let's go ahead and really quickly, we'll take a look at some of the conditions right now and somewhat of the atmospheric setup. And Chris, you can jump on here too and help me out with going through all the specifics of it. But let me give me a quick second here. I want to pull up another little map here, and we're going to take a look over at our good friend, the meso analysis from our friends over at the SPC. Let's take a look how things are setting up. So, long story short, might be a little hard to see here on this particular map, but we got an area of low pressure pretty much right over Chicago, and this thing is continuing to intensify. As a matter of fact, where I am right now, it's actually snowing. I'm north, obviously, of where this activity is. We have a warm front that's trying to lift its way across parts of Ohio, doing it a little bit slowly, and then we have a cold front right here. And that cold front is where we're seeing these storms kind of fire up. The atmosphere out ahead of it is somewhat unstable across the Mississippi River Valley and parts of the Ohio River Valley. But one thing that we've been seeing this afternoon is some rain showers across far eastern Ohio. Well, about an hour or so ago, those were a little bit further to the west. Again, this activity is continuing to move eastward. So you can see here that the atmosphere not quite as unstable, at least if we take a look at our mixed layer CAPE values here, which, Chris, you want to explain what CAPE is for the fun of it? Or do you want me to do it?
Go ahead.
All right. Convective available potential energy. If you really want the equation for it, be happy to pull out one of the textbooks for you there. But basically, when we talk about CAPE, you might hear that every now and then or see that sometimes if you're ever watching or reading a forecast discussion. And CAPE is a very good indication of, how much energy the atmosphere has. And if we start seeing high values of CAPE, and again, it's measured in a unit of joules per kilogram, for those of you who measure things in joules per kilogram. But long story short, when we start seeing higher values, especially once we start getting to about 1,000, good indication that you're probably going to have some thunderstorms so long as you can get the forcing mechanism to go. And part of this is calculated, or you can kind of calculate this if you had a skew T chart, which we're not going to go over that right now, but it's where a parcel effectively will then become buoyant over the LCL. Anyways, like I said, there's a lot that goes on with this here. But basically, for those of you at home who want to know, CAPE, we start dealing with higher values of CAPE. Again, good indication that you're going to be up for at least some strong thunderstorms. Right now, mixed layer, it's only about 1,000 to about 1,500. A lot of times, the severe weather outbreaks, we see it a bit higher than that, sometimes up around 2,000 or even 2,500. You can go hardcore with it sometimes. There have been some outbreaks with, 3,000? What's the highest you've ever seen?
The 3,000s are the very, very severe storms. But most generally, they're around the 2,000 is where you start to see the severe weather, the very large hail, the rotation. 1,000, you kind of start triggering.
Yeah, I would agree. Like I said, I think the highest I ever saw was about 3,000. I remember it was up to about that during the outbreak in 2011 down south, and I think I can't remember. I had to pull it up. I've seen it like maybe 2 other times where it's been up that high. Surface CAPE can sometimes get that high, but mixed layer CAPE tends to not necessarily get. Yeah, about 3,000. When we see 3,000, we're talking about we're gonna have a good time. So other thing here. So again, now the problem is you can have a good amount of CAPE, but if you got an inversion chilling out a couple thousand feet above, it's going to be hard to get storms to initiate. And we call that convective inhibition. which is, so there are times where you can have some cape, but if you don't have the ability down kind of at the, closer down to the surface to get anything to fire up, that cape doesn't do you really any good. I mean, you could get elevated storms, I guess. But long story short, that's what this blue is here. And again, we're not going to go into the specifics about it. But what I really wanted to show you, I guess, after this tangent, was, this right now is kind of where the most unstable atmosphere is across the Indiana part of the Ohio River, going back down towards the central part here of the Mississippi Valley, even all the way down in towards Tennessee. And again, because of that, that's kind of right now where we're expecting that the atmosphere is probably going to destabilize a little bit further off towards the east. And when that cold front does catch up, so long as things have a little bit of time to destabilize, we could be in for some decent activity. How's our friend doing? And my rotation seemed to have kind of fallen apart a little bit there. It doesn't seem to be quite as defined. However, one thing.
So there's some dew point readings in the upper 60s in that kind of where that storm is heading towards. Just looking at the surface map here. So that is a primed area. There's 64, 68 range.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Owensboro's about 65, Lewisport's about 63 dew points, and Jasper sitting about 65. Oh, there's a 68 up here near is that Brandon? I think. I can't remember. Yeah, we also got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Bloomington, University of Indiana. For those of you who are Hoosier fans, Bloomington, Indiana is the place to go. They had some hail earlier today, and it looks like they're having a warning. This is kind of a bait. I call this a borderline severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, in both cases, what it's warned for are kind of really right at that, limit criteria there. So about 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour straight line winds. My guess is it's going to be more so the hail. We have seen some hail earlier. Again, I don't know, what was it again? 1.7 inches in Bloomington earlier? Is that what you saw?
Yeah. Let me see here. That was Monroe. It was Monroe County. Where'd my storm reports go? .75. Yep, that was in the Bloomington area. Mostly 0.75 to an inch or smaller, but there was that one that was 175.
A lot of hail. We've seen that we had that one last night. 2.7.
Shut some of your windows. You're echoing.
So, hello.
Still.
Alrighty, let's take a quick look here.
That's getting a little better.
Good.
Still echoing. There you go. It keeps going in and out. There you go.
Over to Boonville, though, again, these storms are moving pretty quickly today. That's not necessarily, depending upon your viewpoint of severe thunderstorms, it might not be the best of news. Is what we are seeing is that these storms are developing and they're trying to, get some decent structure going on, but they're running into each other. Because again, we got these guys are moving pretty quickly here, and so it's interesting now as we're starting to see some stuff firing up around the Louisville area here. It'll be interesting. I'm
The
sorry?
one northeast of Jasper. Look at the one northeast of Jasper.
This guy? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. See, and again, it's got some organization to it. But now the question is going to be, will it be able to hold out? Now, I will say, though, there's nothing out ahead of this particular one. So this one may have a shot.
Yep.
Maybe. Let's take a look. We got a rotation with this guy. Northeast of Jasper, which for those of you who like TV, if you remember the show The Middle, the ABC comedy a couple years ago, was set in Jasper, even though they called it a different name. There's a fun fact for today. All right. You know what? Yeah, looking at this, it does actually have a little bit there. It's kind of got this kidney bean shape right there. And this is what we're watching again. It is just northeast of Jasper, moving to the north and to the east here. So moving away from Jasper. But let's see if this thing is able to do anything. We'll see what it does here over the next few radar scans. Meanwhile, we are taking a look at some activity now popping up around Louisville. Maybe this guy might have a chance here. What do you think? If you had to pick one, if you had to pick one, Chris.
The one.
Which one do you think will end up being
Audubon Park.
Audubon Park.
That thing's
Audubon Park.
Let's
see here.
Bigger cities. It's the one out to the east.
Oh, this dude.
Yep.
All right, let's see what it does. All right. Hanging out. Doing little storm. Oh, yeah. All right. Beechwood, Linden. Barry Lyndon, for those of you who are Stanley Kubrick movie fans. Right. Let's see here. This guy got a little going on here. Oh, I'm telling you, this is that is there any radar? I think perhaps let's put that over really quickly. This is looking pretty decent here now, northeast of Jasper. We'll also have some interest in this section right here. But right now, this one looks to kind of be getting itself. Let's see here if it can keep itself away from everybody else.
Storm spires are chasing that one up north of Corydon.
Up north of Corydon.
The north and west of Louisville.
Oh, okay. So it looks like we got two storms now that we're watching. And we're watching this one right here. And we're also watching this guy right here. Now, I will say, the thing about the Corydon one...
Warnings just popped up on those back two.
Yes, it did. Right as we moved away from it. So, interesting. They got a severe thunderstorm warning for the one in Boonville. And let me see here. I'm wondering, they're going to tag that for Trento Possible. They're also going to tag Trento Possible on the one up near Jasper. And continuing to watch this guy right here. So let's go back over to the Evansville radar. Let's see how this bad boy is doing here. Give it a second to load. Sometimes I tell the computer to do too much. All right, let's take a look here, shall we? Let's have a go at it. So we have that nice line of storms that we were watching. And again, it was out around the Evansville area. We have these two severe thunderstorm warnings that are on it, and these are the culprits. So both of them have a tag for tornado possible. Again, it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of hooking with this guy, as well as this one up here northeast of Jasper. But these storms moving out to the east about that maybe 50 miles an hour. Let me double check here what at least they got on it. They're saying moving at 60 miles per hour. That's a pretty quick speed, isn't it?
Yes, those are fast. And that's what they were doing last night too. 65, 60. That's still up, between Jasper. That one is starting to show a little there on that southwestern flank.
Yeah, that's near Jasper. Let's really quickly here. We'll time track this guy coming up on Boonville. Sorry, I peeked something there. Pretty much right over Boonville now. It's going to continue to the east there, maybe Buffaloville in about 15 minutes or so. One thing I do want to do really quickly is let's see maybe if we can't. I do want to just redraw this here really quickly. Let's track it a little bit more to the northeast like that. We'll put it in for 60 miles an hour. Again, that's going to be putting it in Liberal about 17 minutes or so, Gentryville about 15 minutes also, and then heading out towards the eastern portions there, going to be around New Boston about 25 minutes. Santa Claus, Indiana.
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot about that town.
Yeah. That was a Bronco bus football player was from there, a quarterback. Can't remember which one.
No kidding. Santa Claus. Oh. All right, let's take a look here. So the conditions right now around the French Lick area here, just so you guys know, right around where we're watching this. I'm sorry?
Jay Cutler. That was a quarterback.
Jay Cutler. Really?
I remember.
Yeah. From Santa Claus.
Huh. Yeah, little town.
Anyway. All right. 72 degrees there for 64-degree dew point. And they actually, looks like, I think they just issued a new watch, too. Do you think we got now a bunch more severe thunderstorm warnings coming up here? So do they, can you do me a huge favor, Chris? Because in just a moment, I was wondering can you pull up some information on those new tornado watches? I think they put one up around Cincinnati area. I was just curious if you had any knowledge on those specifics with that watch here while I...
Watch 78. Watch 78 just came up till 10 p.m. here this evening. It would include Bowling Green, Kentucky, Cincinnati, Ohio, 2 inches wind gusts, 2 inch hail, up to 2 inch hail, wind gusts of 65 knots. Top move. So it's covering all the way from hard to read this to the Evansville to southeastern Ohio, all the way to the Tennessee border through central Kentucky. That is tornado 78.
Yeah. Is that just regular tornado watch?
Yes. Tornado watch portions, and at all of eastern Kentucky now too. So, a few tornadoes possible, 75 mile, 2 inch hail, same thing. They're all pretty much the same. 60, 65, 70 mile an hour get straight line winds, 1-2 inch hail, could be capable of producing an EF2 tornado in all those areas, both of them. Eastern Kentucky, central Kentucky to southwestern Ohio. So out ahead of this line.
Tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do here really quickly. I'm going to change the screen here. Let's take a look here really quickly. I just want to turn off this here so we can take a look at those individual watches. So here's what we got going on here. As Chris was mentioning, so the brand new Tretta watch that's in effect is this guy right here. Now, fun fact, and Chris, maybe you would have a little bit better because you've been with you was the National Weather Service, right?
No, I'm not with I've never worked for the Weather Service, but I've done mostly radio station, close ties with Weather Service people.
That's what it was. That's right. Sorry. So they issue watches. I always thought it was very interesting. The watches are issued by county, but the SPC puts their watch out as a box. The local offices pick and choose the county. I don't know why we can't just have one watch. Right?
Well, I think what SPC goes out ahead of them, don't they? And then they get the area, then because sometimes you're on the things are passed back in and that. So I think that coordinates down to the Weather Service offices to determine the localized areas, which I would assume with the coordinate.
Well,
they coordinate from off, the national to the.
I know that much.
Yeah.
But I know they coordinate them, but I always just thought it was interesting that the watch box, and a lot of times the watch extends beyond the watch box, or sometimes the watch box includes counties that aren't included in the watch box. I always thought that was, this is a great example. Here you go. Yeah. You got a watch box right here, but these counties right here are not included in it. These counties aren't even in the watch box, but they're included in the watch. So eventually, though, it's the county by county is how we do it. But I just thought it was kind of funny. Yeah. I'm sorry. What were you were explaining?
No. I just talk about the coordination. The Weather Service office, they talk to each other and they specifically are, kind of coordinating where those go. I don't know how much communication goes back to, storms prediction. I'm assuming now with the technology, they're all hooked together.
When I was working on broadcast, we would often, because we'd be in the loop with them on a chat, and they would coordinate the watch box with the local offices would coordinate with the SPC kind of back and forth. Typically, yes, the SPC would issue the watch box, but then the individual counties would go piece by piece, right. Or the individual offices would put in then their counties. And I always thought it was interesting that the SPC is the one who issues them, but it's up to the local offices to discontinue a particular watch or, begin to cut it away, which I always thought was actually kind of interesting that the SPC, they just issue them. It's up to the weather offices what happens after that, which I guess makes sense. But I always thought it was just kind of interesting. It's just like one of those you wouldn't expect that you think the people who issued it would be the ones to also de-issue it. But anyways, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the SPC is the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma. They are the ones who are in charge of issuing severe thunderstorm and tornado watches. They're also the ones who make those severe weather forecasts that you see a lot of times on TV. Yeah, that's the SPC for you.
Yep.
Oh, boy. What?
Oh, I said I'm going to sort of date my age. I remember when I was in Kansas City.
Oh, wow. That's right. And what was the street called? There was something unlucky about it.
Oh, in Kansas City?
Yeah.
Was it on Southwest Boulevard? Maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Because it'll be like that, down around the creek, or call it the creek, the river. Yeah, that would have been like, I think it was 90. 93 is when that moved, I think. It's going to be the end of
And
the.
they used to have. They used to. There actually used to be more weather offices too at one point. Now there's like what how was it like 80
When
something with National Weather Service offices, but there used to be a lot more.
Yeah, when they came out with the NextRad radars, the reach was farther, so they closed a lot of them down. To that was about that same time.
Let's take a look here. I do think we got a picture from Michael. It actually has a picture for us. It comes to us from Twitter. But it's really interesting here. Take a look at it. It looks like to me like that's a wall cloud from when that storm was going over Evansville. Let me share the screen here really quickly for you. And this is what Michael has shared. If we can't pull it up, there it is. This is it when it was going through Evansville, that storm that we were taking a look at. There you go. It's a wall cloud.
Yep.
Would you agree?
Perfect wall cloud. Yep. That's probably pretty large because it looks like this picture is a distance away.
Yeah. My guess is
we're looking to the north there.
Well, this is the Ohio River. My guess is
right.
Probably looking. You know what? I couldn't tell you. Believe it or not, I've never been to Evansville.
That's what I'm trying to. How that river runs through there. Yeah.
This could either be east or this could be west.
I'm assuming it. Yeah.
Huh. Oh, that is pretty cool. All right. I still call it Twitter, but apparently that's not what it's called anymore.
No, that's the X.
It is X,
I think. Yep.
Because X is always associated with something good. Here's one for you. Looks like we might have had a tornado not that long ago up around up near Kankakee, which is an interesting little community if you've ever been out that way. Kankakee, Illinois. Look at that. Chris, what do you think? This probably would line up about an hour ago. A little spin up tornado here. Just what do you think? Because this was probably the storm that did it. There is a little tongue of favorable conditions. And now look at that. It's 58 degrees there now. So here's something that's pretty cool, by the way. To give you an idea of this cold front that we're talking about. So this line here is pretty much that cold front. It is now 58 degrees down in Kankakee, 46 all the way up in Peru. Let me double check something here. I do want to take a look at where they've that warm front. Yeah, so that's pretty much right up on that low there. Huh. That's pretty cool. Yep. All righty, how's our big boy down around Indianapolis doing? That one's looking pretty decent. All right. See, they're tagging it for hail about 1 inch. I can maybe see it. Yeah, and these are certainly trying to. They're just moving so quickly.
Yeah. I mean, they're flying through those watch boxes quick. Yeah, that whole line, they're that one going towards Franklin. You got the one that's south of Bloomington. I mean, all that whole line is, you could kind of group that together as one, great big storm complex that has one 1 to 2 inch hail, and those winds, those things are moving 60, 65 miles an hour. So the winds in them are definitely, in that range. And, the straight, the winds are, that rate, you're losing, could be, the limbs 3 inch plus diameter. You could, shingles, things like that. So I think that's your biggest threat with these. When you look on those back, all those cells, the one by Franklin, the one Clear Creek Guthrie, all the way down there. If you watch those tips or the back ends of those are the potential areas where you could have the rotation and one of these smaller EF2 tornadoes pop up. So once they get a little bit further to the east, they start moving into it looks like on the surface map some of those dew points that we're talking about there in the mid upper 60s. So we're still looking at prime conditions for severe weather. So let's just keep watching these here. That line's
Yeah, I agree.
That line's well organized right on that that cold front. So these out here out ahead, they've kind of petered out a little bit. They're probably just getting their energy.
And taking a look at the satellite imagery here too, it does look like we are starting to see a little bit of a break in the cloud cover across western Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be
where
we're starting. Do you see it?
Yep.
I'm going to put it up here for our viewers at home.
So that'll
Let's take a look.
Heat that up a little bit there. So that'll.
Here is satellite for you. So here's where we're watching those storms right now. Again, here's the cold front pretty much. Wrap around there. And then right here, we're starting to see that clearing there. And, I'm curious. I'd like to stabilize here pretty decently. One thing I'm curious about is what the soundings were earlier. Or if we still trying to pull up a sounding for everybody. Chris, say something amusing. I'm kidding. Here, you know what? And here's a sounding from. This looks to be from about pretty recent, actually. Tell you what, Chris, I'll put this up here so you can see it. This is a sounding from the Wilmington office. So that's going to be the National Weather Service Wilmington. It's pretty much right in between Cincinnati and Columbus. Their office there. They took a sounding and pull it up here for you. Let me get the screen up so you can see it. And then so there's a satellite. Let me go ahead here really quick. Hey, everyone. Share that sounding for you so that you can see it. All right, let's take a look. 18Z. What do you think?
Well, it looks like they're, we could see there's nothing there to keep them things from, they can develop and grow into supercells if we're, there's nothing there capping them or limiting the fact that they could grow.
Yeah, and this was before the clouds broke.
It's hard to see the numbers down there, but what are
I'm sorry, let me zoom in here for you.
Can't see.
And this is before the clouds broke, mind you. So my guess is this is probably shot up a little bit more, at least low level. Yeah, 2.59.
Good. 9. Oh. Yeah, your severe.
You got the hail going.
Severe weather indices are over the 5, 6, 6, 8. So.
This is QT, by the way, folks. For those of you who wondered what I was talking about earlier, it's not as simple as you'd think, but it's a very powerful thing. Back in, I will say though, I don't. I mean, the one thing that always drove me nuts about the QT is it was skewed. The temperature was skewed. I don't know why, but I love the QT. But that was always what drove me nuts. And I know why, it's to help everything fit. But like, I remember when I was like, whenever I would be doing my own forecasting and I'd pull up, I'd actually go through the actual data and I'd plot it separately, like on my own thing, where it didn't have the temperature angle wasn't skewed. That was just me, though. Yeah, it makes sense to have it skewed. Obviously, it's not a. We're not even going to teach you guys the skew T today. This is just me. This is meteorology conversation. This is people wonder sometimes what meteorologists talk about these things. Why is the skew T chart skewed? To be skewed or not to be skewed? That's the question.
Because it makes you want to tilt your head.
Right? And that's what you got to do. Yeah.
It's small.
So whenever I would, so when I would plot it, I would, like I said, I did it. I had, I would do it a slightly different way where I didn't have it skewed. In fact, I think you can actually do that on Buff Kit though. If you get the Buff Kit, you can actually have a not skewed option. But back in the day, like when I was a kid, you could only really plot it as a skew T.
You were looking at those when you were a kid?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah. I can confidently say I've probably been looking at doing forecasting stuff and weather since at least the late 90s.
How old? I was a freshman in high school.
Oh, I still have like I said, I grew up obsessed with it. And no one really knows. I think it might have had something to do with the movie Twister, because I was born in '93, so that movie came out when I was about 3 years old, and I remember watching it, but I don't. But I remember watching it because I was already interested in that stuff. So I don't remember. No one really knows in my family what it was that triggered my obsession for weather. But I mean, it's ever since I was a kid. A meteorologist is what and that's what that's what I went to university for and everything. And yeah, so I remember looking at some of these. I do remember using skew but just as an like for observation. But I never actually used them until I started working with the Buff Kit. Now the Buff Kit didn't come out until much later. But they are,
I was our climatology class, Professor Dewey at Nebraska. They took some of the students down to. They were extras in Twister.
No kidding. My uncle, he lives in Oakland. He lives down in Norman. Ironically, he lives right by the SBC. He remembers when they were doing open casting calls for that movie.
Oh yeah.
Down, and fun fact about that movie though, and this might ruin it for you a little bit, but the final scene where they're going through the cornfield with the F5 tornado, and by all means they should be dead, but they're not because it's Hollywood. But that movie is supposed to be based in May or early June, but the corn is full grown. I didn't really like. It wasn't a couple of years ago. I was driving. I was driving, and because again, I grew up, in the Midwest, in Ohio, and I remember one time I was driving, and I was looking at the corn, and I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty high now," because it was like August, and then I thought of that scene from Twister where they're going through the cornfield, and I was like, "Wait, that movie's based in like May."
Yeah, that would drive a climatologist crazy, or an ag guy.
It's so funny that I never like realized. Like I always knew that scene, the corn was high, and I always knew the movie was based in that time of the year. But I never put two and two together that it doesn't make any sense. Corn ain't that high in May.
Yeah, I've never caught that, but it
Yeah,
does. We're driving that pickup through there, and
that scene. I will say though, you know, even though the CG is pretty dated by today's standards, I will say I thought that the CG for that F5 tornado, that final tornado at the end, was actually pretty good. It was the other ones that didn't look realistic, but that final one, I don't know why they kind of have like that texture down a little bit. I mean, obviously you could still tell it's CGI, but I always thought that was the best CG of all the tornadoes that they had in that movie. Well, that and the nighttime one because you only see it once.
oh yeah, that's good too.
They're watching The Shining, and just 20-year-old movie in a movie theater. Why not?
Well, it's Michael Poston.
I'm sure they're making a remake, and I don't want to see the remake.
Yeah,
It just is something about I don't know. I mean,
just don't different actors and that. I just don't. It's hard to adjust.
but
A younger person maybe.
well, you know what that's going to cause? It's going to cause another resurgence of storm chasers.
Yeah,
Not only are we going to have the roads clogged with all the people we got now, which, again, we were talking about this earlier, actually. Us meteorologists it drives us nuts when we have all these amateur storm chasers because that we need the observations so we can understand storms, so we can model them and plot them and everything. Then we got people who go out and storm chase so they can get some views on YouTube. It drives me nuts. But I'll save that argument for a different day. But you know that as soon as that movie comes out, now there's going to be a whole new surge of storm chasers too. Like,
Michael's got us streaming on the Indiana Facebook page.
hi, Indiana.
You working?
Indiana wants me.
So are we on YouTube too? I can't. Lost my remote.
We're everywhere.
It works.
We're everywhere. We are We are like Phil Collins in the 1980s. We are everywhere.
Phil Collins.
I kind of like Phil Collins' music.
Yeah, I was in junior high, so it was good slow dancing music, kind of.
His song "Against All Odds," literally.
Yeah, that's the one.
Last week it was stuck in my head for like 5 days in a row, and I don't know why. I hadn't even listened to it recently. I think because I heard someone say like "take a look," and I just thought it'd take a look at me now, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh no!" Now it's stuck in my head.
Okay.
So back to the weather. Let's take a look here at the radar. We're still watching that kind of line of storm is making its way through now south central Indiana. It is starting to begin to enter into an atmosphere that may be a little bit more conducive for it here. So I'm curious if we might maybe start seeing these storms trying to get better organized. Trying to get their mechanics better organized, I would say. Right now, they're still, I don't know, they're still kind of struggling a little bit, but I don't know. It's 71 degrees right now in Cincinnati, dew point in the mid 60s. Let me take a look here to see what's going on here with the latest surface conditions. Okay, give me a second here. You ever had so many tabs open
Yeah.
and that you forget that you had a certain tab open? And I was just like, oh, I forgot I had 20 SPC mesoanalysis pages open. And yes, that is not an exaggeration. One of these days during one of these chats, I'll have to show when I was one of the stations I was working in one time. I had so many tabs open. I knew what every single one was, but I had about 40 tabs open on one browser at one point. It was fantastic.
I just got this new computer, so I've never had one that could put more than 10 open. So I don't know.
I
Right now I got these two different. I got my personal and then the work, and then I got tabs everywhere. Don't know where my bookmarks are, but anyway, I know where Facebook. I got Facebook open, and I can see we got people actually paying attention. We better. So they're in central. These storms are now in south central Indiana, and they are a long line with hail and wind, and they'll keep
and rain.
cruising, heading towards parameters. Like you said, we got the once they get to Ohio. What time is it there? It's 4:30. So
Yeah, it is destabilizing now around Cincinnati. They're up to, at least according to the meso analysis, Cape's up to about 1,000. It shot up to about 1,500 in western Tennessee, and it looks like, if we want to go on one of those many numbers, let's see, our supercell composite indice is up to 12 south of Cincinnati. It's up to 16 near Nashville, for whatever that's worth. The significant, or the violent tornado parameter, the VTP, that's relatively new, isn't it?
yeah, I don't
Is that,
know.
yeah, I've it's up to 4 just west of Cincinnati and 7 down near Nashville. So whatever input this thing's getting, it really likes Nashville for some reason right now. Significant tornado. It's about 3 and about 5 down in Nashville. Just for those of you keeping track at home. I'll tell you what, though, that upper level trough though is pretty good. That's let's see here, the jet stream winds. We're got about 100 and about 100 and speed of I'm assuming they're gonna. I think that's a double triangle. Yeah, so that's like 130, 120 knot wind. Jet street coming out of Missouri. 120 knots. It's pretty decent speed.
Yeah.
I just realized that no one could see anything that I was looking at. So.
Yeah, I kind of noticed those earlier when I didn't count them though, but now that you said,
Tell you what, take a look at this right here. We're south of French Lick. So we're still looking just northeast of Jasper here. That original storm that we were looking at has made its way further to the east, but new storm has kind of gotten itself organized. Little notch right there. There it is on our reflectivities. And here it is on the radar imagery. So I'll be curious to see if this thing maybe tries to organize a bit more. Let's take a look here. There's a Nashville and a Columbus right next to each other. Whoa, boy, that's trippy. All right, let's see here. I'll tell you, these guys really haven't fired up much yet. I'm curious as to. The dew point's dropped to 61 now over Louisville. It's not as high as you might want it. It's still pretty decent. Yeah, let's take a look here.
Those higher ones are on the edge of the east edge of Indiana, so right out ahead of those cells, probably in about an hour. It'll get into those higher. There's some 70, 64, 68. That's across the Ohio line where that sun's kind of popping out.
Yeah.
68, 67.
Uh,
That southwest corner.
65. Yeah, I'm curious. Like I said, we were looking at the satellite imagery earlier, and we were showing that there was that break in of the clouds. So
So that
let's see if it can stabilize. And don't forget, even though we're streaming this on the Indiana channel too, but this activity is not just confined to Indiana, Ohio today. As a matter of fact, the tornado probability, although I think it's greatest around the Ohio River, uh, around the Cincinnati or Louisville area, there is still a pretty decent tornado probability going down into the deep south, into parts of Tennessee. If you've ever been down there, so
you're starting you're starting you're starting, starting to you're getting choppy. You're
Let's hope.
choppy. There you go.
I know. There we go. Am I not choppy anymore?
Yep, you're better. Yeah,
Yes.
that area
Right.
right north of Cincinnati, right on the Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky border area. That's probably where if we're going to get one.
Here's one for you.
You're chopping. You're chopping again. You're chopping. R2D2. Da, da, da.
Was to chop out. And then, so, it's gonna be good. And I don't
You're going to have to close some windows. You're still cutting. Choppy. There you go. Starting to understand you. Nope, that's not worse. Nope. That's better. You're completely off. Nope, I heard that when I talk.
I'm looking at my router.
Well, when you're talking because it highlights
Don't
your.
do it. Don't do it, router.
There you go. Talk to it.
Sorry, I was talking to my router. All right. Do me a favor, Chris. Do some talking here for a few moments while I try to get my stuff reconfigured on my end.
All righty. Let me get over right there. Okay, so we continue to watch these cells that are moving now into eastern Indiana. We've got a line that extends all the way from Leopold all the way north through Salem, Paola to Columbus, upwards to Rushville, all moving to the east, northeast at about 50 miles per hour. We've got winds probably in there of 60 miles per hour. We got the hail, the 1 to 2 inches. We've been talking about this area to the north and west of Cincinnati here. When Timmy's got a little choppy there, we're kind of waiting for this line to get into those areas where the dew points are higher. We had some breaks in the satellite imagery that would show that that's been heating up and kind of, that portion of the day where we could see something happen here as far as when we're talking, the tornadic type activity. Those indices were getting up there. It's borderline, so we're talking potentially small tornadic activity. But again, what we saw with this, these systems, the winds on this low are, I'm back here in Kansas, right on the Colorado line, and I don't know if you can hear it, but my roof is still creaking and doing that. So we've got wind gusts behind this low pressure, all the way back out to western Kansas, Colorado from the north that are upwards of around 40, 45 miles per hour.
We do actually have a tornado on the ground in West Virginia.
West Virginia. Oh,
sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I was going to pull it up on the correlation coefficient here so you could see it. It's that warning right before I started cutting out. If I'm still cutting out.
I can hear you.
Right there. Look at that. This is out in the we're in the borderline mountain region here of West Virginia, but there it is. Cute little guy.
Is there any?
No. There's not really
anything.
There's not too much part of West Virginia. In fact, I'd be interested to see how much longer this one would last as it hits. Webster Springs in Lewisburg. It's north of Beckley, so it's north of that national park. They got in there a couple of years. I used to work in one of the stations I worked at for a little while was West Virginia, and this is a kind of a very hilly, mountainy area. And like I said, there's a pretty decent dead zone right around here in Pocahontas County in terms of radio signal. But I think it's because they got something there. I don't know. But anyways, I'm sorry. This is it. Who would have thought our current only active tornado is not in any of the watches? It's all the way out in the middle of West Virginia.
All that self.
I'll tell you what, West Virginia is, and I know why it's shaped this way because it broke off from the state of Virginia, but it's still a weird shape. Like the state of West Virginia is so weirdly shaped. I just had to put that out there.
I've been through there once. We actually got 2 speeding tickets crossing Ohio by the same cop.
Dude. Okay, so it's funny. Ohio, when I was a kid, Ohio was notorious for this. And it's really funny because if you go on the Ohio Turnpike, if you go on the Ohio Turnpike, at one point when I was a kid, the speed limit in Ohio was 65. But the speed limit in Michigan was 70. And Michigan people, they like to go as fast as they can. And I tell you, if you were on the Ohio Turnpike, almost every car that got pulled over was a Michigan driver. They just, as soon as they saw your Michigan plate, they knew you were going at least 80.
Mm-hmm. That
And then,
was,
but then Ohio upped their speed limit to 70. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like Ohio is as picky with doing speeding tickets anymore. But then again, I've never gotten a speeding ticket, so probably just jinxed it. But
AJ,
AJ,
how
how
you
you doing?
going on?
Timmy, hey Chris. I
Oh,
love how.
Where are you joining from today?
Yeah. What's up?
Where are you joining us from today? I'm still here. I'm the one who has their camera off at the moment.
Oh yeah. Yes, I heard some of you guys. I mean, I was hearing you, so that's great. Yeah,
Good.
it's just starting to ramp up. It looks like it's less than expected.
Just west of Louisville.
Oh,
Our tornado warning. Let's take a look at this bad
yes,
boy, Howie. Oh yeah,
just got one
look at
here.
that.
That's where they shoot till 5:15. 11 miles southwest of Carefree Town, moving east
let's
at
see where
55
that
miles
is.
per hour.
Air Freetown, huh?
Yes, you know where that's at?
I have not been. Well, maybe I have. No, I've been around this area though, but I don't think I've been out to where this one is. But I have been around this. I have been in this area a couple of times. Uh, it's upland south. You know. Let's take a look. For those of you who are just joining, I guess we'll do a station identification like they have to do on the radio.
There you go.
Uh, you're listening to America's weather streaming channel on 92.5. All right. Uh, I'm meteorologist Timmy Albertson. I'm the one whose video is currently off at the moment. I'm joined by meteorologist Chris, all the way out in Kansas. And AJ, say hello.
Hello, hello.
AJ, where are you joining us from? I can't remember where you are.
Oh yeah, I'm in Las Vegas. Las
He
Vegas,
is
Nevada.
in, sweet Lord, that is a dry, hot place. That is why.
He's always
Why?
having fun.
There's, but there's no. It rains like every other year there.
Well, yeah, I like it. I hate rain. I don't care if it never rains again.
Well, I need to be on video for. Give me a second. What? How do you not like rain? Rain is
No, I hate
amazing.
it. No, it's not. It's horrible.
You're gonna upset the storms.
Huh?
Don't say that during a severe weather. You're gonna upset these storms, man.
Well, that's
They're gonna be
upset
like,
them.
don't upset them. We have been talking for over an hour. Okay, and it just started getting good, and now you're gonna come and tell us you don't like rain. You're gonna offend these storms. You're gonna upset these storms, man.
They're gonna go wild. Watch.
Yeah, they're gonna say, "Oh, you don't like rain? That's why you wake up with a flood tomorrow morning." You know, and actually, that's one thing we haven't actually talked about on this stream.
I'll
But
take hail. I'll take hail over rain.
it's it's liquids. It's all the same compound, just one in a frozen state and one in a liquid. We're not done with this argument yet. But one thing I do want to mention, though, before I get, I'll fight you. No, the there's actually a pretty decent flooding risk too across parts of Ohio. Again, they had that storm complex overnight. They had some more move through earlier on this morning, and that's one thing we haven't talked about yet. But I do at least want to point that out there. I wouldn't be surprised maybe if we see some flash flood warnings, depending upon how this goes later on this afternoon out in Ohio. I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that because there are some flood warnings, or at least the flood watches and warnings that are in effect across parts of Ohio. Just the past couple of days, it has been pretty rainy there. So, which means AJ wouldn't like it.
Yeah, I mentioned that I posted some stuff on the Facebook page. I mentioned the flood threat, and now we're just gonna get some. We'll see how bad it really gets. Because I wonder if some of that rain that fell this morning, that first batch kind of destabilized the air a little bit. And now we're going to see if
Well,
we
it
can get.
just started clearing out. It just started clearing out around the Cincinnati area. We were looking at the satellite earlier, but I think I had to close out of it because I have so many tabs open. But yeah, the atmosphere, we were looking at it. We were looking at the different levels before you hopped on here, and the conditions were there, but it was cloudy at the time, and the clouds have started to break now. So we're gonna be watching this kind of line here as it now tracks its way into western Ohio. So this is what the second tornado warning, Chris, we've had within this area, not including the West Virginia one, which, yeah, that guy's just having its own little fun. We had one up around Evansville. We had a picture of the wall cloud. And this is, I believe, still part of the same complex. But the thing you're going to notice here, AJ, if you haven't been, I don't know if you've been following it already, but we've noticed, Chris and I've been talking about how these storms are moving really fast, though. Typically we're talking about supercells, 40, 45 miles an hour tends to be the speed that they like to go at a lot of times. These guys are moving about 60 miles an hour, and they don't have to worry about traffic lights. Or road construction that we all know tends to inhibit Indiana this time of the year. If you've never driven through Indiana and you don't believe me, go ahead and drive through Indiana and count how many road cones you'll see. It's the state flower. All right, so
I have actually, yeah, one time.
Right, and road cones.
Well, this was about 20 years ago, but
Were there road cones?
I wouldn't remember.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me.
Yeah, I mean, we
I'm
saw
trying to
some
make
good
a point.
handling. We saw some good storms over there, though.
Indiana gets, a lot of people don't realize it. People think like the plains and the deep south is where all these things happen, but some of the strongest severe weather outbreaks have been in places like Indiana and Ohio. I mean, the super outbreak of 74, whose 50th anniversary is tomorrow. The strongest tornado of that event happened in Xenia, Ohio, right by Dayton. And then one of my favorite tornado outbreaks, the Palm Sunday outbreak back in '65. All across northern Indiana and southern Michigan and northwest Ohio and Cleveland. And growing up around this area, I mean, a lot of people don't realize it, but I mean, Ohio and Indiana, they'll get some goodies. I mean, we get some, they're not always as photogenic as the ones in the Great Plains are. But yeah, I mean, growing up, I mean, numerous tornadoes. I mean, not just little spin ups. I mean, I remember in 2010 we had an F4 tornado that touched down at Metcalf Field Airport, right where I did a cross country race once. Whacked right into the high school, destroyed the high school, and then lifted. Yeah, and then Van Wert back in November of 2002. If you guys remember the Veterans Day weekend outbreak, that's the other thing too. Ohio likes to have sometimes outbreaks in late fall. But anyways, we've digressed. What were we talking about?
You were doing all the talking, so
He's not wrong. All right, let's take a look at this.
Where are we here? I can't even. Where is this? I can't tell what this is.
Sorry, that's how off track we've gone. We're looking at the Louisville radar right now. We're actually in southern Indiana, coming up on Leavenworth, Indiana. So we're pretty much right on the Ohio River. We're looking just northwest of the Louisville radar site here. Let me zoom it out just a little bit. This is kind of a line we've been watching track over the past, what would you say here, hour or so. And the reason why we're focused on this one is because it's coming right up on the Louisville Metro. I mean, it pretty much is already in what I guess you could say if you wanted to consider your metros on what TV channels you get, already probably there. I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing live coverage already now in the Louisville area. But that's what we're watching. And what we've been seeing with these storms over the past however long we've been doing this live stream, is that these guys certainly have rotation in them, but it's almost kind of more or less like a little QLCS type of setup where we're getting, this rotation, kind of almost on the leading edge of these storms. That's kind of how the one near Evansville was. The problem is that these guys are moving kind of quickly. And so when we have seen storms separately develop in this area, they've gotten quickly ran into or, absorbed into something. But this is probably the second best signature, AJ, that we probably have had today. The first one was around Evansville, and I believe this was kind of at least part of the same storm kind of setup here. But the question is becoming, are we going to get a chance to see these guys kind of be isolated? And I say that because, well, obviously, but for those of you who might be watching who don't know, if you're a supercell, you tend to like to kind of be on your own. I mean, yeah, you can be part of a line, but you like to have something not obstructing your inflow. Yeah. So, a couple things here, Chris. While I got you here, yeah, that's run a warning. Let's double check here. Let's see where they got it as. We're seeing it kind of on the velocity. It's right over the Leavenworth area. It's tracking. Oh, what is it? To the east here, I believe, northeast.
East 55.
55 miles an hour. So that's going to take it up to, if it holds up. If it holds up.
That
now,
was a Doppler indicated.
Yeah, it's radar indicated. We haven't, no confirmation of anything on the ground. I was looking at the CCs and haven't seen anything yet. But this guy is tracking to the northeast here. So I tell you, it'll be interesting to watch here. It's going to be coming up on the west part here of the Louisville area. Now, whether or not this particular rotation holds out is up for grabs. But this line could maybe try to develop some new rotation. That's what we sometimes see with these little guys here, too. I want to put a really quick time track on it here for a quick split second. Let's take a look here. Yes, I turned my video off. I just want to see here if we can't maybe get an idea here of where this guy is going. Hold on a second. How y'all doing? I want to track this thing out.
They seem to like the Ohio River.
Yes.
The
He's not wrong, folks.
The higher dew points. And I mean, there were no severe reports at all yesterday in Ohio. There were practically none.
Yeah, that's about.
Yeah.
We had a few flood reports. I know that much. There's also, while I'm waiting for that to load, we'll see if it does here. One thing I do want to do. So this is the guy we're tracking, by the way. Sorry about that. Moving to about the east-northeast, about 55 miles an hour. So really kind of the area that would be worth watching, with this particular storm is going to be kind of what you see there in blue. Obviously, it's over Leavenworth, Corydon, Georgetown, Crandall, Lanesville, and then eventually maybe up towards the New Albany area. We'll have to take a look at exactly how this particular line may hold up here for a few additional minutes. Other area of rotation that we are watching at the moment here is really starting to get itself organized south of Brownstown. In fact, there may actually be something with this here. Just taking a look at it.
There's a warning up north now.
Yeah, that's where I was getting ready to hop to. We're looking at this guy right here. Now, there's no warning on it at the moment.
Two of them.
Two of them. The first one I got is the area that I have noticed that is just really fired up here is south of Seymour, going into Scottsburg and Vienna here. So we'll get this loaded up here. It's going to be this guy right here. Kind of got that situation. Do you got any information on that one, Chris?
Yeah, it's radar indicated rotation. It's at 5:30. Locations are Wakefield, Middle Fork, Canaan, Volga, North Madison, Bellevue, and Bryantburg, and eventually Pumpkin Center. So
Pumpkin Center.
So that is,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
if you look at that cell there it's kind of in both of those warning boxes, but it's right on the west of
It's on,
Austin.
so it's over two different weather offices right now, which is why we have those two different warnings. Looks like the Louisville office and the Indianapolis, so it's right at the edge. That's why we have. It's the same storm. It just has two different warnings on it because it's right at the boundary of two separate offices. Sorry about that. Go on, Chris.
And the part that we're looking at in that cell that's kind of developing that maybe a little bit of hook in there is kind of going down the boundary between the two warning areas. So that Austin to Lancaster, kind of moving north and east there. That is the cell we're looking at.
And I'll tell you what, even though we're a little far away from the radar site, so we're looking a little bit higher into the storm on the velocities and this radar image, it does have an impressive rotation signature on the velocity here, and it's loading on my side here. Give it a second, but when it does load, you'll see what I mean. That it looks pretty decent actually.
There's storm spotters are chasing it behind it.
Oh, of course they are.
I don't know who they are, but they're right behind that flank of that thing. So
that's a good spot to see.
I'll keep watching see if anything pops up on not Twitter, on X. Elon.
We're getting it. For those of you who have been watching, internet on my end has been a little slow at times. It kind of does this weird oscillation thing. But we're getting it to load, and there it is right there. That's what we're looking at. So certainly rotating here, and my guess is that this likely easily extends down to the surface. So you said you're watching. Have they reported anything yet?
I haven't found anything yet, but it sure looks like there should be something.
Yeah, it's hooking pretty well. So we have this storm. It's kind of isolated, relatively speaking. And we don't have anything out in front of it. We have its inflow right here, a nice little rain-free notch. Obviously, the heavier precipitation here, and then we have our possible tornado, which is going to be right here. It's looking to track possibly right towards Austin, if not at least the northern edge of Austin, closer to maybe the Crothersville area. And this storm is moving pretty quickly, about 60 miles an hour to the northeast here. So I mean, next radar scan or two, it's probably going to be right on top of Austin here. So this is probably one of the stronger signatures we've seen this afternoon. Maybe an indication of the fact that we're now starting to get into an atmosphere that's a little bit better, a little bit more supportive of tornadic activity. Yeah, take a look at that. This is the latest radar scan now. You can see it kind of right here. This is the area that we're really kind of watching. And we can see here on the velocity images, if we take a look at the velocity, these are winds going towards the radar site, this green, and the reds are winds going away from the radar site. So where we see higher values of those right up against each other, that's a good indication that we have some rotation going on here. And it's looking like, even though we are a little bit high up on the radar,
to look more and more like a hook echo near the Crothersville area. Again, seek shelter at this time. Crothersville to Austin. Now,
who is that?
My phone.
Oh.
TV station in Austin.
Austin, Indiana. Well, who would they? They would be closer to Indianapolis. No,
Yeah.
they're probably in the Louisville coverage area.
It's probably
And not only that, but this is going to eventually be coming up on Cincinnati. Now, again, whether this particular storm holds out is to be debated. But this area of activity will at least be probably working its way towards Cincinnati probably over the next hour or so, given the speed of these storms. So let's see here. Are they? They're still going to tag it as radar indicated. Hail possibly up to about 1 inch here, but we want to see. AJ, you got anything on your end?
For what?
No, just in general. How you doing?
I was just listening to you. You're rolling along.
That's right. All right. I just didn't know if you had seen anything on your end. So again, right now it's still radar indicated.
Everything, yeah, the same warnings I'm seeing. I mean, I'm on Twitter and I've got the warnings coming in here. Did you see the one in Corydon, Leavenworth?
Yes. Give me a quick second here. I have to mute myself really quickly.
so. Yeah, AJ, that one down there in Corydon, that's that cell is moving to the northeast too. That's the suburbs of northwestern Louisville. So that is, definitely got wind, hail, 1 inch, 2 inch in diameter, and portions, folks down there. We continue to see the one up around Austin. I think this last radar hook that I'm seeing on this is, it's still showing that indication of rotation there. I haven't seen anything pop up. There's got to, I'm looking here on different chasers chasing it, but have not seen anything. But if we can keep watching,
nothing has come in. That's why we're not seeing it.
Yeah,
but I'm getting the tweets here from the Weather Service, from a bunch of people. So far it's just been Doppler junk. But I mean, it's it's still serious, but nothing's been spotted. But I know we're going to see some.
And that could be probably some rural areas up there too. So
yeah.
kind of what we saw in Oklahoma last night. We didn't see it. We were watching it, and then I didn't see any footage until this morning. So
Yeah, they in this area, it's a lot of farms. Like there are towns. If you ever, when you got out in the Midwest, you get kind of a rural area, but there's these little towns scattered all over the place. But so far, especially that one near Austin, that's kind of a rural area, and it did spring up kind of somewhat quickly. That rotation, at least. Now, I will say though, my guess is as this gets closer toward Louisville, that southern storm where we have that tornado warning, might start getting some information from that. We'll likely start getting, tower cams for some of the local stations, so we'll start knowing. And if this storm up around Seymour, North Vernon area, if this thing were to hold up, I'm saying if, because sometimes storms like to take slightly different tracks and they can weaken, and depending on the situation. But this would be moving into the Cincinnati area probably within the next hour or so. So my guess is here, and this is interesting. Madison Carrollton, right here, they had a tornado a couple weeks ago, right around that area. But Yeah, my guess is we should start getting a lot more visual information as we see this section now begin to approach the Ohio River. Uh, Ironically, the way that both of these two storms are situated at the moment is the southern one would be approaching the Louisville area probably for the next half hour, given its speed, and this one up here, maybe the next hour or so, it'll be making its way into Cincinnati. Now, that being said, from what we have seen earlier today, or what we've been seeing, Chris and I have been talking about, and AJ, is that the atmosphere, the conditions are really a bit more favorable if we wanted to approximate on the other side of the Ohio River. So not so much Indiana, but northern Kentucky and southwestern Ohio is where the atmosphere, at least that we're expecting, and the way things we're seeing now are going to be a little bit more likely, are a little bit more favorable here. So while Indiana has certainly had some of the conditions, based on what we're seeing, based on what we're seeing, is that we could maybe see these guys intensify a little bit more here over the next hour or so. That being said, there is a possibility that this stream, we may take a little bit of a 15-minute break here in about 4 minutes or so. It's a possibility, just so we can get a couple things restarted and kind of well, get it reposted more or less here. So if we do take a little bit of a break, it's only going to be for a few moments. Anyways, that being said, I just want to make sure I pass that along to you, AJ and Michael. AJ and Chris, it's a possibility we may take a break. Michael might have to restart the stream for, we'll see what happens. All right. That being said, yeah. So let's take a look at this guy, though, down around, let's take a look at this guy. This storm around Austin really looking pretty good here. Chris, you're on social media there, right? I can see you're on the. What do you got for us? Anything fun? It's still radar indicated, but it's looking pretty decent. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficients here, but it's certainly got rotation in that storm. It's just a question of if it's down at the surface at the moment. It does look like they allowed that trend of warning to expire near Horridon. However, my guess is that whole line is going to have to be watched. That's the second time now it's kind of spun up a little bit. Well, actually, I think we might actually have the benefit of the two radars. We got the Louisville more local radar there. I can't remember what the name of it is, but so we should be able to see it on that. In fact, it does actually look like it does have some pretty decent gusty winds to it too. And we're talking about this section right here. We've been watching this guy again. It's moving pretty quickly here, so it's going to be over Louisville here probably for the next half hour or so, at least in the immediate central part of the metro. It does look like it has some pretty decent winds, especially on the southern edge of it. Maybe about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts could be possible. So it's coming up on Georgetown, where we saw a video. I think they had a tornado there earlier today. Pretty interesting. Anyways, it's all recorded right now here. So my guess is we should start getting some reports here from this section here of the storm complex. And like I said, we'll have to kind of keep an eye to see if maybe we can get that rotation to kind of redevelop itself. But really, the strongest storm right now is, at least in terms of tornadic ability, is this guy just south of North Vernon, more so towards the town of Austin. Last radar scan was pretty much right over the town of Austin. It does look like now it has tracked a little bit more towards the east. Moving pretty decently, about 55 miles an hour. And right now it's going through, let's see here, it's going through Let me double check here. Southern Jennings County, southeastern Jackson County here over in Indiana. So more so Jennings County. Part of the warning, it looks like has been kind of cut back just a smidge. But we are still seeing that rotation signature there. That being said, again, right now nothing confirmed at the moment, but certainly seeing some decent return signatures there. And again, if there is something on the ground, it's going to be right here, pretty much running right along the boundary at the moment of these two counties. And the reason why there are two tornado warnings in effect for this particular storm is because it's right on the edge of two National Weather Service forecasts office. So if this were to have been in just one office, both of these would be the same warning. But because it's right at the boundary of the Indianapolis office and the Louisville office, that's why there's two tornado warnings on this storm. I know it sounds trippy, but again, these two warnings are for the exact same thing. It's just a boundary difference here. Now, because of that boundary difference, we're not able to see as low as we would if this were to be, a bit closer to, one of the radar sites. So we're kind of far away from both radar sites. Luckily, the gap here isn't quite as much as some of the other gaps we've talked about in severe weather events. So we're looking a little bit higher up into the storm, not as close to the surface, but still, we have algorithms and stuff that, we take that into consideration, when we're looking at these type of things. And, even though we're looking a little high up, it's still a pretty decent signature, nonetheless. There is a report coming in from NPing, for what it's worth, of a wall.
We got tornadoes in eastern Tennessee now too.
Eastern Tennessee now too. All right. Oh, yes, we do. Up around the Knoxville area. How's that bad boy? Is that confirmed?
No, but it just came up and similar. Radar indicated 6 p.m., 13 miles northwest of Wartburg, moving northeast at 55.
Yeah, so that's going to be northwest of Knoxville. Is where that one is here. Is where that new tornado warning. Let's zoom out here really quickly and see if we can't get a little bit of a look at it here. So what Chris mentioned is there's a brand new tornado warning, but it's all the way down here in Tennessee. We're going to have to give the radar a moment here to catch up, but it's going to be right around this area here. Radar indicated, nothing confirmed at the moment with that tornado warning down there. So let's take a look here. We may have to start a quick break. Let's give it a second here. Let's see what happens. Michael says he's got to restart the thing, so we're going to see if this will continue or if it will cause us a break. And again, if we do have a break, it's only going to be about 15 minutes or so. So we'll just hang here for a few minutes, and we're going to find out. Meanwhile, let's take a look.
You know where Deputy, Indiana is?
Deputy?
I think I'm just scanning here. I got popped up as a possible tornado damage.
Ooh.
I thought it said deputy.
It could have been a sheriff's deputy.
I'm going to check here real quick, see what any confirmation on that.
I'm still here, Chris.
Okay. I'm looking.
I just wanted to shut the video off really quickly.
Okay. Is it off or?
No. I set my video off. We're still streaming. Okay. Sorry.
I'm just trying to look.
Knoxville. I was there about 20 years ago. Do you not remember? It was a nice town from what I remember.
I'm only seeing radar.
Okay, I will be back as well.
Okay, AJ.
I have just
There's that storm near north west there of Nashville. A little trippy to see. Yeah, it certainly does have some rotation with it. I do think they may have extended that tornado warning for the one in Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just wondering, you're probably wondering why you cannot see any of us at the moment on your screen. Well, worry not. We have been streaming for the past hour and a half. So we are just doing some reconfiguring of some things here as we're watching the potential for some severe weather around Louisville and Cincinnati, Ohio. A little bit south of my former stopping grounds, but still part of the same area or state, I guess. So that's why you can't see any of us on the video at the moment. Each of us is kind of doing some readjusting of some things here, getting the radar up and running and what have you. That being said, welcome if you've been joining. We're hoping that you're going to have a kind of an interesting time here tracking these storms as they push their way. Now, the two areas that we've really been watching or we've been really focusing on so far this afternoon has been right along the Ohio River. We are tracking a kind of a line of storms as it made its way through Evansville. This line is moving relatively quickly, all things considered. Now, not as fast as some I've seen before, but still at a pretty decent speed, about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So what we are looking at here, kind of on a big picture, is we have more or less a cold front that's pushing its way through Indiana. Ahead of that cold front, we have showers and thunderstorms that are really firing up. Now, there are quite a few tornado watches that are in effect that stretch all the way from Columbus, Ohio, going down to Louisville, through central Kentucky, into central Tennessee, including the city of Nashville, and then into parts of northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. This is a kind of a large system. But as far as the tornadoes are concerned, the most likely location that we're going to be seeing tornadoes this afternoon is going to be somewhere around the Cincinnati metro, going back down towards Louisville and Lexington. Now, that is not to say that that is the only place that is going to be seeing tornado activity. As a matter of fact, we've been seeing some activity as far down as Nashville. It's just that there, the conditions not quite as favorable as they are up around Cincinnati and Louisville. But that's not to say that they can't see anything. As a matter of fact, we actually have an active tornado warning just northwest of Knoxville, Tennessee. So far, though, most of what we have seen has been a situation where we get these nice storms to kind of pop up. All right. But because the main activity is moving kind of quickly, we've been seeing that these storms have been kind of running into each other a little bit. Now, for those of you remembering, other times we've done severe weather coverage, you've had me talking to you before about, the supercells sometimes like to be by themselves. They can be part of a line, or they can be near other storms, but sometimes you just don't want things to interrupt the rotation within the storm, the structure of the storm, or its inflow, especially its inflow. Now, that being said, sometimes we find that that does happen. Now, regardless of the fact, what a lot of the focus is on Ohio is that, like I said, the conditions are just a little bit more favorable up that way. So the two areas that we've really been watching are these kind of groups of storms. We got kind of this quasi line that stretches all the way from right around Louisville, going back down towards Owensboro, over towards Madisonville. And at times, this line has shown signs of kind of buckling a little bit, having some rotation. It's almost been kind of more of a QLCS type of setup with this particular section of storms. Now, there was a tornado warning that was in effect earlier around Corydon. That warning has since expired, and now we're just left with a severe thunderstorm warning. However, it is very possible that we will maybe see another tornado warning with that if we pick up some rotation. Right now, though, it doesn't look like that is the case. It's kind of got a little bit more of some straight line winds with it. We'll see what that guy does. All right, let's talk about the other one. Kind of the main one, at least one of the strongest ones right now, is this guy right here, north of Madison, Indiana, and north of Madison, Indiana. This one has some decent rotation with it. Now, here's the thing about this one, and we talked about this a little bit ago, is that this guy is at a very odd location. What do I mean by that? It is right at the edge of three, not two, but three National Weather Service offices. That makes coordinating warnings a little trippy. Again, remember, there's local weather offices, National Weather Service offices. They're scattered all throughout the country, and each one has its own jurisdiction. It's called a county warning area. Now, this particular storm is not only at the border of the Indianapolis office and the Louisville office, but now it's getting to the border of the Wilmington office, which serves southwestern Ohio. So that's why we have three different tornado warnings on this storm. It's not that there are three areas of rotation. It's that this storm is literally right on the border of three.
We got confirmation on that.
On that one? Alrighty. Let's take.
Yep. 5:15, a tornado-producing storm was located 10 miles south of Vernon, moving east at 55. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado.
Alrighty. South of Vernon. Let's take a look at it then, shall we? Now, this is the storm we're talking about. Let's see. Is this going to be closer to... Yes, it is observed. And it is going to be... Let's see what radar. We're just going to clock in here to a radar. We're going to let it load here for a quick second. We'll take a good look at it here. And actually, I'm looking at it over here on the radar, too. And, yeah, it's a pretty decent signature. And it has been for a little while. Now, the thing to keep in mind with this particular storm is we'll have to see if it holds up. Again, it could change its track a little bit. That we could see the mesocycle kind of maybe reorganizing or even falling apart. Again, there's a lot of things that can kind of go into play here. But if this thing did continue on its current track, at least this group of storms will be arriving in the Cincinnati area probably within the next hour. All right. So that's kind of how quickly these guys are moving. Let me go ahead here and see here if we can't get this radar imagery up and running here really quickly. While I'm working on that, we're gonna get to it here in just a quick second. There it is. So right here we have this nice little hook within that storm, and again the velocities are pretty good. Again, we're looking a little higher into the storm at the moment here. Again, it's kind of at the edge of three separate radars. Starting to get a little bit closer to some of them, though, so we should start having a kind of a good view here. But this is going to be Big Oaks National Wildlife Refuge is included in that tornado warning, as is DuPont and Lancaster, Indiana, and Lovett. So, but again, this is what we're looking at right here. Again, that is an observed tornado, at least on the ground. Let me go ahead here, and we're going to take a look. It's a little difficult to see on the correlation coefficients, again, because we are kind of looking a little far away from it here. But that is certainly something that we will keep an eye on. It's also getting close to the Covington radar site, which might provide us a little bit more insight as this gets closer. So again, Cincinnati, that's where this guy might eventually be kind of fixing the track a little bit here. Now, again, we'll see if it holds up. Again, we could maybe, we could see it cycle. There's a lot of things that could happen, right? But just to give you your reference here, we're looking about an hour or so to the west right now of the Cincinnati area. Now, Chris and I were talking earlier This is kind of a rural area. It's not rural in the sense that there's no one around for miles, but again, it's not heavily populated. It's also a little bit hilly around this area, and I believe, if I remember correctly, there's at least some tree cover here and there. So not exactly as open, as other parts of Indiana. Nonetheless, we did have confirmation that there is a tornado at least on the ground south of Vernon, so it's going to be right here. The storm itself is moving generally to the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour. So we're going to kind of give it a rough track here, and I'll give that a quick moment here to calculate what's going on. But all things considered, places like Dillsboro, Pleasant, Indiana, areas north of Madison, Indiana, along 421 could very well be getting close to this particular tornado. Again, last report we had is that there was something on the ground. Again, a little tricky to see right now on the actual radar imagery, just given its location. It's pretty much equal distance from three separate radars. So we don't necessarily have as low of a scan as we might like. But we are still getting, nonetheless, confirmation. Again, right around, I'm assuming here, the Lancaster area, Lancaster, Indiana. Again, we're looking north of Madison. Pretty decent hook there. Chris, you got anything that you've seen on your end about this guy?
I'm still looking, but it does, like we said, we got the law enforcement confirmation showing the hook echo on radar. So this is a actually here. I don't know. That's not. No confirmation. I thought I might have saw some damage, but I have not. So
and it's going to be around Olean, Indiana, in about 20 minutes or so, if it holds up. Olean, I have been there before. Nice little small town. And Fairview in about 25 minutes, or at least around the Fairview area. Those are just some local areas here. Let's see if we can't get a few more. And they got a new tornado warning they put on top of that. And I'm curious, let's see what this is going to be for. There's observed tornado on the ground. It looks like they've put a new tornado warning up. It's observed, and this is going to be damaging tornado. Take cover now. And again, so this new warning that you see right here, Chris.
Yep.
It looks like it's going to replace this warning.
Okay.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings. Count them, 5 tornado warnings at the moment for the one storm. It's just because of its positioning. It's at the edge of 3 different National Weather Service offices. But it looks like this tornado warning right here is going to be the one to take over. This will likely expire. This one will likely expire. And eventually, this is the Wilmington office's warning here. So that one will probably eventually be the one to take over. So we'll have to wait a moment or two from that. Let me go ahead and I want to track it a little bit further down to the south. Let's just see if we can't get some additional towns in this. Again, this is an observed tornado, ladies and gentlemen. One that is on the ground, at least according to law enforcement a few moments ago. Now, it is right at the edge of a couple of radars, so it's not the easiest to see, but there is good news in that regard, though, is that we have the Covington radar that is right here, and very soon, if not probably if in the next few moments, we'll be able to pick it up on that radar and get a better look. Fairview. Again, still about 20 minutes away from you guys, depending upon exactly how it tracks. Pleasant, about 15 minutes away. And Avonburg, about 15 minutes away, same thing. Bear Ranch, about 22 minutes. Other places that are closer to that, Canaan, about 10 minutes, depending upon how this thing tracks out to be. Kanan, you are under that new tornado warning, and that's going to go for probably about another 30 minutes or so. Again, observe tornado on the ground. Eventually, places a little bit further downstream. Let's talk about them. All right, we're looking at the Ohio River. From Aurora down to about Rising Sun, maybe over towards Warsaw. All right, so this area, probably in the next half hour or 45 minutes. All right, getting into northern Kentucky here of the Cincinnati Metro, up towards around the airport and maybe up around the Ohio River. So, again, this is going to be the area here over the next maybe hour or so that's downstream of the current activity. That's going to have to kind of keep a watch out. And this lines up, Chris, of what you and I were talking about earlier. We were talking about the atmospheric setup is a little bit better now across western Ohio. We were kind of expecting that the strongest of storms today is going to be southwestern Ohio back into northern Kentucky.
Yeah, that's where we were seeing those higher dew points, and actually the satellite was showing that we had breaks in the clouds in that area. So it isn't surprising that we're starting to see this tornadic activity here with themselves.
One thing that
I still haven't seen a picture of it, assuming there would be something.
no,
I got.
Yeah, I'm assuming we probably will soon. Quick tornado watch roundup again. Remember that whole area that we're talking about right now is under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock Eastern time. Again, it's not a PDS tornado watch or anything like that, but it is still we are still in an atmosphere that is pretty favorable for seeing at least some tornadoes. It's a possibility we could maybe see a long track or at least somewhat intense tornado today, but so far. Obviously, this is kind of an event that is just now beginning. So, that being said, yeah. Say a little Louisville, by the way. They're getting hit pretty good right now. There was tornado warning earlier on this, but around Corden, but that warning has since been allowed to expire. But we'll keep an eye on it here. Again, it's right over pretty much the northern port, the Indiana counties of the Louisville Metro, coming up there. So we should be able to know here if there is going to be anything. Let's see if we can't flip over to that here. Let's see here. Let's see here. We got there's a possibility that there is a tornado now on the ground just north of Louisville on I-65. I'll probably be right around this area. New severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect. And that's going to include the city of Louisville and northern Jefferson County, including Middletown, all along the Ohio River going back up into the Indiana County. I'll tell you what, looking at this storm, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but at least on the radar imagery, it is looking like it still has maybe a little bit of that rotation there. Nothing confirmed, nothing on the ground, no tornado warning with it now, but it does look like it still has at least the potential to have, it does look like there's at least a little rotation within there. So it might be coming a bit more outflow dominant. But yes, there is a little bit of rotation right here north of Jeffersonville. North of Jeffersonville, Indiana, right around here. Again, it's moving away from Louisville. That could put it around River Bluff area here in just a few moments. We'll see what comes of that. Right now on the radar, not quite as organized rotation, but still certainly something there. Obviously, the big one right now that we're watching is this guy north of Lancaster, pretty much right over DuPont. We haven't got any reports yet. But again, this is not too far away from Cincinnati, Ohio. Lawrenceburg, Indiana, rising sun, and we're looking well north of Carrollton and Madison. I know they had a tornado there about 2 weeks ago or so. But again, this particular storm is gonna stay north of that. However, it is.
Timmy, the Tennessee one has a confirmed tornado too.
Oh, righty. And not only that, but B. Watson, they're making a new tornado warning here down around Louisville because that rotation is still kind of showing up a little bit here. Could maybe be a little weak tornado down around Louisville. We'll see here. Double check on that. So the other one too that we haven't we took a look at a little bit ago, but there is a confirmed tornado down around Knoxville. It is observed. It's also got some hail with it too, and some hail. We're going to quickly take a look at that guy here, but I do want to make sure that we do not lose track of this Louisville one, because again, there does look to be a little bit of an uptick in the rotation on that guy. So I wouldn't be surprised here. But let's take a look here, as Chris was saying. This guy right here.
It was confirmed a large, extremely dangerous tornado was 8 miles southwest of Huntsville, 13 miles north of Wartburg, moving northeast at 30. And that was at 5:32 Eastern time.
So that's been coming right into Huntsville. Let's take a look here. So, ironically, it is one county away from the watch. The second time now we've had a tornado that happened one county or so away from the watch. All right. While we get this guy to load here. So, again, confirmed tornado on the ground south of Huntsville, Tennessee. Not Huntsville, Alabama, but Huntsville, Tennessee. We're looking north of Knoxville, north of Oak Ridge. That area, we're getting close to the Kentucky border. I guess probably be more interesting or more useful to know. So let's take a look here. This is what it is right here. And at the moment, this has a confirmed tornado on it. Now, again, this one too, a little bit far away from the radar site, but not too far away. So not quite as long a scan as, we might want, but still better than nothing. By the way, we also have a new tornado warning that is in effect for Louisville. Good old friends in Louisville, Kentucky. That's right. There's that new tornado warning that is in effect for Louisville, the northern portion of the Louisville metro here. So while we're getting this to load, really quickly here, just wanted to bring everybody up to speed on that one. That was the one that we were just taking a look at. But anyways, yes, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground here south of Huntsville. My guess is it's going to be right around this area here, tracking to the north. Again, Pioneer, maybe the southern Huntsville area. We'll have to see exactly how that tracks. And Chris, you said that they were calling it a large tornado?
Yes. A large tornado. It didn't have any more definition of who saw it or what, but it was called a confirmed large tornado.
I'll tell you what, here's a shot from Louisville. This was about a few moments ago. This is a shot from downtown Louisville. I'm going to share it with you guys here. Take a look. Here's another good wall cloud picture that we have. Let's take a look at it here. This comes to us from Twitter. And in just a moment, there you go. Look at that. Nice little wall cloud there. That radar signature. We're going to hop back over to Louisville here, because that radar signature has gotten a lot more pronounced here. Give us a second here. We got to get the old everything loaded up here. But anyways, yeah. So that's what that was from a few moments ago. Right now, it's pretty much right over Prospect. Let me take a look here at something.
Timmy, Michael's got a picture of the Louisville. You see that?
The one that we're looking at here?
Yep, you got it. Okay.
Yeah. That's the one. There's a nice little wall cloud there. Yeah, and it's looking pretty decent here on the we're going to flip over to the Mount Washington radar here. It's a bit more localized, but we'll get kind of a good shot of it. And I'll tell you what, like I said, Chris, you're going to see this thing here on the radar in just a moment. It looks pretty decent. Now, again, sometimes these little local weather radars or these more ones. Everything looks massive when it comes to rotation on them. But let's take a look here. I'm going to stop sharing that. And hey, everyone, how you doing? All right, there you go. That's what we're looking at right now in Louisville. So it is doing pretty good. It's coming up on Lagrange here. We saw that wall cloud there, and now there's, like I said, trigger warning. Nothing confirmed at the moment. Again, this is over a very populated area, so we'll know pretty quickly, in theory, if there is going to be anything on the ground here. That picture you just saw is from there. Now, keep in mind, we still have that active tornado warning down near the Knoxville area. Again, we're taking a look at that one here, but we're also keeping an eye. Right now, it appears here that the rotation that we're watching around the Louisville area is right over Prospect, heading towards Lagrange. So again, we're now north of the city of Louisville. Keep in mind, we're north of Louisville. However, we're still kind of in the metro itself. They are calling that situation down in Knoxville. I'll double check here. Like I said, they have a PDS tornado warning confirmed. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Huntsville, or 11 miles south of Winona, as Chris said earlier. They are particularly dangerous situation with that tornado near the Huntsville, Tennessee area. We were looking at that a moment ago. Public confirmed tornado. Yes, it is observed, and tornado damage threat is considerable. We'll keep an eye there. See if we can't maybe get some more information. Michael will let us know here if we do see anything here. The trail that we have, though, on the screen at the moment, for those of you wondering, is the one north here of Louisville, Kentucky. This is Jeffersonville, Indiana. Here's Louisville, Kentucky, and over here is Lagrange. This thing is running parallel to I-71. And right now, it does not appear that there is let me double check here to see if we've gotten any observations or anything along those lines. There's a report of some damage, though, coming out of around the Prospect area. Let's see here if we got anything. And it is observed now. This is observed on the ground over around Lagrange. As a matter of fact, we're going to flip over a separate radar here. And one thing I do want to pick up here, my guess is here is we are going to get a good view of the correlation coefficients here. Sorry, I'm going to flip the radar here really quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a look at this guy near Louisville in a quick second here. Chris, what do you got? Anything new on your end as I try to switch the radars here quickly? All righty. Sounds good. All right, so ladies and gentlemen here, give me one quick moment. We are just switching radar at the moment, and we are going to take a look. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground near Prospect, Kentucky here, so we're just past the Louisville area. I am joined here by Chris, all the way out in Kansas right now, and myself, all the way up here in Wisconsin. 1-inch hail report coming in from around the St. Mary's area. We are also looking to pull up this guy here on our radar imagery. Of course, my internet tends to be a little bit slow sometimes, and now we are at that moment where it is a little slow at the moment. Chris, what do you got on your end at the moment?
Well, we're kind of we do got that tornado in the Louisville area, and that is the one that we're starting to get some reports back here on from storm spotters. So that is a dangerous situation there with a tornado. And then we've got the one down in Tennessee that continues here, and it's been extended now with another warning that just popped up. And the new info on that is National Weather Service in Morrison has issued a tornado warning for Campbell County and southeastern Scott County in East Tennessee until 6:30. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Huntsville or 11 miles southeast of Oneida, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. People in those areas need to take cover. And again, it is a large tornado and very dangerous. And so that has continued that warning until 6:30 p.m. I'll be moving northeast, and we're talking the towns to the north and west of La Follette and Jellicoe, heading towards eventually, if it keeps holding together, towards Middlesboro. Right now, that is until 6:30 p.m. and a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. You can see the signature of a hook on there just to the south and east of Huntsville. So that's kind of where that tornado is between Huntsville and La Follette, moving to the northeast. We got this activity back up in Indiana. We still got warnings in place for 15 more minutes. The radar in rotation one in northwestern Switzerland counties. That again is moving to the north and east at that 50 mile an hour. These were the cells that are moving faster. They do have tornado and quarter size hail being reported in those areas. So we've got three significant tornadic activity storms with warnings on them. One there in the Louisville area. Kind of see if there's anything updating on that one.
Yeah, we do have we have it here on the radar imagery. The one around the Louisville area. This is it right there. It's on the ground. As a matter of fact, it does look like there is a little bit of possible damage right off the interstate there, further back around River Ridge on I-265. Now, with that in mind, that's from this area. And here's the correlation coefficient right there. We can see a little bit of that drop off there. And again, this thing is still being tagged as observed. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be heading towards LaGrange here in just a little bit. Again, this thing is moving pretty quickly, about 55, 60 miles an hour. And so if it holds up, that's going to be bringing it into LaGrange here. Probably, let's see if we can't maybe get a quick little time track on it here. Let's see if the interweb allows me to do that. But go ahead and give it a quick little second there. We also got, let's see here, Michael is sending us a new photo here of some damage. Oh, yeah, overturned car near International Drive in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Cars are overturned. Again, right up on the highway. So certainly was something there on the ground, and it looks to be on the radar that this thing is still on the ground at this time. Again, it's traveling about 60 miles an hour, heading towards LaGrange. If it does continue, it's kind of running parallel right now a little bit with I-71. We are north of Louisville. This thing is not heading to Louisville. It's already made its way past that part of the metro, but it is still in a populated area over to the northeast there of Louisville. So again, a little time track there for you. Rotation is still being picked up. This is, like I said, this is an observed tornado that is on the ground, and judging by our radar scans here, it looks like it is still at least somewhat on the ground. One thing that Chris was also talking about is there is actually a second tornado on the ground, but it's all the way down in Tennessee. Now that one, again, that particular one is that's still on the ground down in there in Tennessee, Chris?
Yes, it was still on the ground.
And that's being described as a large and violent tornado, or large and dangerous tornado, correct?
Correct.
Do you have it up on your screen? If you want, you know, to share it on your screen.
Yeah, just a second here.
I'll keep mine up here on the Louisville one so we can switch back and forth. And then we also got to keep an eye on Cincinnati. That storm's doing there. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining, well, things are starting to get a bit more active now in the old Ohio River Valley. We are tracking three particularly strong storms, one of them all the way down in Tennessee, which Chris is working on getting up on his end to show you guys. The one you're seeing here on the screen at this moment is in the suburbs of Louisville, heading up towards LaGrange. LaGrange, maybe about less than 10 minutes if that rotation does hold up. The correlation coefficient is what you see there on your right on that radar imagery. A little bit of a drop off. This is it right there. That's that tornado that is on the ground. Now, again, we are getting some reports now coming in from around Jeffersonville, nearby where this thing was, on parts of the interstate. A couple of cars overturned. Again, we were taking a look at this thing when it was before it was tornado warned, and it looks like it is still on the ground on the latest radar scan here. Chris, what you got on your end?
Okay, we're tracking this tornado in east central Tennessee here, and it's 7 miles east of Huntsville or 11 miles southeast of Oneida, moving to the northeast. If you look here on our radar, you kind of see this area here with the rotation. It's moving in those areas between Pioneer and Elk Valley. So we're into some smaller rural areas to the north and west of La Follette. And again, that's a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It expires here in around 40 minutes. And again, that is the tornado that's in east central Tennessee, moving to the north and east there.
So it is kind of just outside of the tornado watch, but conditions there are still pretty good.
Yeah, it's out there. It's kind of by itself on that. I mean, there's not, I mean, that is the severe cell on that. And we were talking earlier that it was probably these isolated ones that to keep an eye on. And so that one just continues to hold together as it's moving there. And again, that's been on the ground for quite some time here in that area.
Michael sends us some information. Michael says that there is heavy damage being reported in Sunbright, Tennessee, from that tornado there. So, Michael here, let me know if you get some pictures from that. That's a storm that Chris there has on his radar screen. The one that I have on my radar screen, don't go away, Chris. We're going to come right back to that one, but I just want to give an update on the one that is now coming up on LaGrange. And I'll tell you what, it is. There we go. This is it right here. Again, kind of isolated by itself too. And it's part of a storm, but there's nothing out in front of it. And again, this atmosphere here is also pretty prime for some tornadic development. It was being tagged as observed. Let me double check here to see if we still got that on there. We were looking at it on the correlation coefficients, and there was something certainly on the ground. This is a confirmed tornado located near Coldstream, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So it is going to be coming up on LaGrange. This particular tornado warning is in effect for about 6-7 more minutes. Right here. Now, my guess is we'll have to see if that gets extended a little bit. Hail, not so much a concern with this thunderstorm. It could, maybe about less than an inch, about 3/4 to maybe an inch, so about quarter-size hail possible on the northern edge. If there is any, it's probably falling right now over LaGrange or up towards US 42, east of Goshen, Kentucky, excuse me. Certainly getting some breezy conditions around Crestwood and Park Lake. But again, it does look like the tornado is right here in this area, and it could be, if it holds up here, going right towards LaGrange, Kentucky. Now, let me pull it up here really quickly. I want to take a look at something while we're on it. its signature on the velocity has kind of gone down a little bit. And let me double check here on the other radar. Last scan, it was still looking like it was on the ground, but it looking like it may have now lifted. The one in LaGrange. But nonetheless, this storm has rotated a few times, so we'll keep an eye on this thing and see if it continues. But again, right now, heading towards LaGrange. Next place in line could be Campbellsburg, heading up towards Smithfield and places along US 421, just to the northeast there of LaGrange, in LaGrange, Kentucky. All right, let's go back to your radar. Hook me up what you got on your radar. Oh, actually, hold on a second. We got a video of that tornado, by the way, in Sunbright, Tennessee. I'm going to flip the screen here, Chris, really quickly. I got some video courtesy of Michael. He found this on social media. And let's see here if I can't get it up for you. This is going to be from near the here and pull this up really quickly. A little hard to see here, but there. On the ground. Now again, from a little bit ago. See here how this thing plays out. What you got on the radar right now about this thing?
Okay, let me get my radar back up here. Sorry about that. I had to step away a little bit. I was sending some messages out on our Weather Valet app for some local forecasts. So I'm trying to do two things at once here, as we got severe weather in one part of the country and we got wind and everything here in Kansas that we got to hopefully will die down here in the next couple of hours. But again, this cell here in East Central Tennessee, we're keeping an eye on. It does have, as you see the video, and some rotation here as it's moving across or just north of Interstate 75 there. So it is moving to the north and east. We're hit about that Elk Valley area. So folks in Elk Valley, this is a confirmed tornado. It's large and need to take shelter here immediately. It looks like it's going to continue going up that I-75 corridor just to the north of the interstate. So if you're traveling, anything, please take shelter from that system or that tornado that is on the ground there.
And this is the video of the one that he is talking about, Chris is talking about right now here. This is from around the Sunbright area. You can see again, a little hard to see, but certainly a trail there nonetheless. This would be it right in this area, at least on this video. Still on the ground being reported. We also have some additional damage coming in from around the Louisville area, north of Louisville, I guess I should say, near some of the suburbs there. As we looks like we did have a tornado that was on the ground around that area. That tornado does appear to have lifted at the moment. But that storm has had a history of doing some cycling. This is the one that you're seeing here, as mentioned. This is coming out of around Tennessee. That's that one Chris was talking about that he has on his radar screen there. Again, pretty decent rotation there with that storm. This coming from our friend Michael here, our boss, I guess you should say. They did extend that tornado warning for that storm around the Louisville area. You see here that it's going to include, let me double check here. They're going to, this is in effect for the next 30 minutes. This is a radar indicated. So yes, that tornado has since lifted. The rotation is still there, but this tornado warning that is in effect is for Henry County. Again, we are now looking way northeast here of the Louisville area, kind of halfway in between Louisville and Cincinnati. So certainly things starting to get a little bit more active, but that's kind of what we expected around this area as having, atmosphere here a little bit more favorable, a little bit more unstable I guess would probably be more of a proper term if we wanted to get technical about it. There was a tornado warning that was in effect earlier for a storm that was making its way through southern Indiana around North Vernon. This is it now. It does appear that that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but it has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning that you're going to see pop up here on your screen in just a moment. Severe thunderstorm warning does include the city of Cincinnati. Now, we were informed, for those of you who are like me and enjoy baseball, that the Cincinnati Reds, who were supposed to be playing tonight in Cincinnati, are not going to be playing tonight. Obviously, thunderstorm activity going to make that game a little bit difficult. Not just with lightning, but for the possibility of tornadoes, too. So tornado watch is in effect for southwestern Ohio and northern Kentucky. That goes until 10 o'clock this evening. However, these storms are moving somewhat quickly, so not everybody's probably going to be under that watch until 10 o'clock. However, keep in mind, though, that this activity is tracking its way somewhat quickly. So we're getting into an atmosphere now that is a little bit more favorable. Not by much, but still nonetheless. And as mentioned, this is not the only area where we're tracking severe weather. Chris has been tracking a particularly strong storm with a confirmed tornado in the video that we were just showing you a few moments ago from Tennessee. Chris, is that thing still on the ground?
I have not got confirmation that it is not, and it has crossed over 75 in the area that now kind of shows the signature, a little bit of hook. It's not as strong as it was the last time you just had us on here, but again, it could be an area we're watching to the south now of Elk Valley. It's now kind of crossed over 75 and moving into those areas where there's kind of rural areas once again, that Stinking Creek and Habertown, those areas, once it's crossed over the highway. Again, like Timmy said, they are moving fast and large hail, damaging wind, but this is a dangerous situation. Take cover if you're in those rural areas now south of the interstate. There still is rain and on the backside of this system, but storm as it's moving across the interstate. But again, it's moving very quickly across those rural areas and expires in
one thing I
power.
One thing going back to the storm up around the Louisville area here is that there is we do have a little bit of from the Indiana Department of Transportation. Let's go ahead and see here. We've got a photo from one of their webcams that shows a couple of overturned vehicles. Looks like 2 overturned trucks. Now, keep in mind that straight line winds can also do that. It doesn't necessarily have to be tornadic, things to overturn a vehicle. However, we have got another picture of a car that was also flipped over. So likely, and this is near Jeffersonville, Indiana, pretty much right here on I-265. If you've ever been around that area, again, there's Louisville, and just across the river, there's Jeffersonville. And you can see traffic is backed up quite a bit with these overturned vehicles here. And this picture looks to be from a few moments ago. Again, this is going to be from the I-265 west of Old Salem on River Ridge. Again, you can see a little bit of overturned vehicles, and it's hard to tell that this might also be another overturned truck. Regardless, we did have a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. Just past Louisville, up around. Now, excuse me, and I can't even remember the town. It was around Pond Village. More so around Prospect. Prospect, just across the Ohio River there, just north of Louisville. That storm has, as mentioned, made its way a little bit further to the east. There is a continuation of that tornado warning that is in effect for Henry County in Kentucky. That's Henry County, Kentucky, not Henry County, Ohio, but Henry County, Kentucky. Now, we're pulled up here on the radar, and you can see what we're looking at here is we got a couple of storms. Now, we also had a tornado warning that was in effect for this storm up here. That warning has since been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. However,
Timmy, I just got an update on that one in Tennessee. So at 6:01, 3 minutes ago, that tornado was still confirmed and large and extremely dangerous, located near Jacksboro, or near La Follette, and it's moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So it has been confirmed that it's still on the ground, a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving to the northeast there in those rural areas in east central Tennessee until 6:30.
Let's pull it up on radar here. Let's take a look at that thing. Yeah, because that thing's been on the ground now for a while. I mean, this thing's been on the ground. That one that you got on your radar, if you want to go ahead and pull up your radar.
So
while I readjust my radar here.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that thing.
So what we're looking at here is this cell here that's now crossed kind of over the interstate, and right in this area just to the north of La Follette, and moving to the northeast there. So it has been on the ground for I don't know. It seems like we've been watching this for 45 minutes to an hour, and it continues. It did. We could look back here an hour ago. It's traveled quite a ways across the highway there. So we're going to keep watching this. It is a large. It keeps being explained as a large and extremely dangerous tornado.
Yeah, and as we've been mentioning, this is not the I've been talking a lot about the Louisville and Cincinnati area, but again, across other parts of the South, going through Kentucky and into Tennessee, tornadoes are also likely there for today. And case in point, as what we're seeing now. It does look like we have a couple of new warnings coming up here. But that one particularly, though, like I said, that's a long track tornado, and we did have some video of it a little bit ago. We'll keep an eye out, see if anything else kind of comes back into the feed here with that one. Quick little roundup here for those of you who might just be joining in here. Let's take a look here really quickly at our good friend, the latest surface map here, because I want to show you guys, at least on the weather map here. Chris and I have been talking about the kind of the setup all day today, but let's take a look at it here. Let's just flip up the latest weather map. Again, we're going to get a little technical here for a quick second, but then we'll go back to taking a look at our storms here. But long story short, this is what we got going on right now. We have this area of low pressure that now is all the way pretty much over Chicago. It continues to deepen or intensify, is another term for that here. This is from a couple of hours ago, this surface chart here, but it is pushing the cold front through Indiana. We have a warm front that is trying to lift across northern Indiana and northern Ohio. But again, this area around here, not quite as expected to have widespread severe weather as down here. Now, there's also a lot of wind shearing going on. We have kind of an upper level jet stream that's pushing its way out of Missouri, really helping to kind of add to the wind shear there. Cape values are around 1,500 in some parts here of the Ohio River Valley, so certainly ample for some severe storms. Now, that being said, the activity down here in Tennessee, again, right now, it's similar air mass, and it's also being pushed along with this cold front. This is a very strong low pressure system. So that's what we're seeing a lot of severe weather this afternoon, and into early evening. It's going to be pretty much right around this area. Meanwhile, it is snowing across parts of Wisconsin right now. In fact, it was snowing outside my window here just a little bit ago. Temperatures there in the 30s. So this system is not just bringing severe weather, but it's also bringing a little bit in the way of some wintry weather. This low pressure will kind of continue to push its way through, and eventually, in these same areas that we're taking a look at severe weather right now, could very well be seeing maybe the possibility for at least a little mixed precipitation as we head into late tonight or going into the day tomorrow. So, again, kind of gives you an idea of just how strong this system is. Again, this time of the year, that's tended to be kind of what we'd expect. Tornado watch is in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern time. Now, this tornado watch is going to include southwestern Ohio, including the city of Columbus and Franklin County. It does not include the northern suburbs of the Columbus metro, like Delaware County or Licking County out around Newark, Ohio, or even going further east towards Zanesville. Not included in that tornado watch, but we'll have to see exactly how these storms maybe hold up here. Once the sun does set, we're likely going to see this activity really kind of dropping off a little bit, but But in the meantime, though, severe thunderstorms, and the possibility for tornadoes, as we have seen a couple, are still the theme. Again, that tornado watch includes southwestern Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, and then going back into parts of northern Kentucky. We do have an extension of that tornado warning from the same storm that went north here of Louisville. These guys are moving pretty quickly. And this is pretty much the main line here, more or less, of activity. We can see that tornado watch is kind of being chipped away behind that line. In the meantime, though, it does appear that one down in the Louisville area is once again being observed. It is an observed tornado yet again. Let's take a look here. What we got on the latest thing here is observed tornado. We have a tornado that is on the ground near Newcastle. So it's pretty much right over Newcastle, right here. A little bit tricky to see on the radar, but it is certainly there nonetheless. It is tracking its way now to the east to be near Owentown. This new tornado warning that is in effect is going to include, Kentucky counties are a little bit smaller than Ohio counties, but this tornado warning is going to be for Owen County in Kentucky. So again, we are south of Cincinnati. We're pretty much halfway in between Louisville and Cincinnati here. But this activity, this particular group of storms, likely going to be staying south of Cincinnati. However, there is a strong storm that is pushing its way now into northern Kentucky, coming out of Aurora, Lawrenceburg area. This right now, this did have some rotation earlier on. I will say, looking at the latest radar scans, it's looking like it might be trying to cycle again. So let's keep an eye on this here. That severe thunderstorm warning goes for another half hour, and it's also going to include the possibility for hail, maybe a little bit bigger than quarter-inch size hail. And again, behind that, things looking to be a little bit quieter. But that being said, in the meantime, though, certainly tracking some active weather across the Cincinnati metro. Again, severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here. We'll keep an eye. Confirmed tornado, though, however, for Newcastle, Kentucky, and that's going to be heading in right now in Henry County, Kentucky. And that's going to be heading into Owen County, Kentucky here very shortly. How's that guy down in Tennessee still hanging out?
Well, just 2 minutes ago, we got another confirmation on this tornado located now near Lafayette, and this is a public confirmed confirmation now. It still is on the ground and moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And, just looking here on the radar, I will.
Do you have your radar up?
Yep.
Sweet.
Your, it does look like it has kind of weakened some there, but again, it's moving really fast. It was a couple minutes ago there. Now we're we were over here at 10 minutes ago, just to the south of 75. It's now clear up here in Mosley, moving off to the north and east. So even just a couple minutes ago, that confirmation, now, it is moving out of there. So again, we still have that tornado on the ground. It's moving quickly. That warning is still in effect for 15 more minutes. We'll see if they extend it or if we get any more confirmations of it. But right now, it does look like the rotation is moving over Mosley or Morley. That's actually Morley.
Morley, is that a tornado emergency then for Morley?
Yes. Take cover.
And this thing has been on the ground for quite a while. Now, it may be a family, but whatever it is, this thing has been going for Sunbright. I mean, look at Sunbright's all the way back down at the bottom left there of your radar. I mean, that thing's been on the ground since at least Sunbright. So that is one heck of a long track tornado, which begs the question, yeah.
And, it did cross that, a major interstate too. So
I-75, yes.
Yes.
That I-75 could be crossed by this one that we were talking about coming out of Louisville. So the guy 75 might be the scene of a couple. Possibly here. We do have some video. Or images here, but I am not 100% certain on. Let's see here. And just a quick second here, we do have. Let me pull it up here. This looks to be from Tennessee. Yeah, this is going to be from Tennessee here. Give me a quick second to share what we got here, but this is some damage pictures here. And I'll tell you what, looking at it just from the top, I'd say at least EF2 tornado. We don't see buildings leveled, so that would be, at least in these pictures, we don't see leveled buildings, which was what we'd expect to see if we were looking for a high end an EF4 or an EF5 type of tornado. But by looking at these pictures here, though, we've lost roofs. I would just taking a look at this is probably at least an EF2. Now, again, we don't know exactly, how wide this damage is or, that type of setup. But just based on these pictures here, I mean, that's a pretty decent, it's like a street there. Probably at least EF2 tornado damage there because it looks like we got some roofs blown off and power lines down nonetheless. So, whether or not it was stronger or weaker at any point, we don't know yet. But just based off some of these photos that we're seeing here, this, like I said, it looks to me about EF2 intensity, depending on the structural integrity of some of these buildings, maybe low end EF3. At least in this particular image, without actually physically being there, though. But yeah, so that's certainly not a little spin-up tornado. And that's the one in Tennessee, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's you can see the roof here, so you're definitely looking at some like I said, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Again, that was on the ground for over an hour, and moving probably a couple hours and moving 50 miles, 60 miles an hour. So that was covering a lot of ground and continues to move there across those portions of eastern central Tennessee. Just kind of looking at it here again, it is losing its strength, but again, it's a dangerous tornado.
It might be outrunning the environment.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was not even 10 minutes ago. I had confirmation. So
we do have a new tornado warning. We're going to pull it up here in just a moment, but it is going to be for that storm just south of Cincinnati. The one that's moving through Cincinnati itself, it does look like its rotation has kind of picked up a little bit here on the radar. But I'm still loading that, but I just wanted to put that out there at the moment. But do you have any other information about that? About that tornado?
No, it's still the same update that I had at 6:09. Got
6:09
reporting hail, 1.5 in diameter, ping pong ball size, and a damaging confirmed damage tornado.
The Storm Prediction Center has actually put up a brand new tornado watch that includes Eastern Tennessee. Let's see here. They are and they're tracking that supercell. However, they are of the opinion that the additional storm development may not be quite as much, given that there's already some shower and thunderstorm activity around there. However, that said, it might tick up this evening. I know it sounds strange as we've been talking about the ones in Ohio might be weakening in the evening, but some of these ones, maybe in Eastern Tennessee, there could be a little bit of an uptick. A low-level jet arrives and everything along those lines. Quick little update here. The Trento Watch hasn't been extended yet in Ohio. However, I'm just trying to see here on some of the latest stuff that has came up. They are expecting that they are going to need to extend the watch across southern Ohio, which then begs the question, does the watch across eastern Kentucky maybe need to be extended? With that, we are taking a look here. We have a brand new Trento warning. I'm going to pull up my radar here for you guys in just a quick moment here. We are currently looking at a storm that the one that we were talking about that was all the way earlier, way back around North Vernon. We were talking about that storm. Well, it has kind of cycled up a little bit here, and it does have some rotation with it. Now, this rotation, though, does not appear to be quite as strong yet. And by that, I mean, it doesn't look like it has gotten down to the surface. However, it certainly looks like it is in the position to do so. And even taking a look at this storm at the moment, there's nothing really to interfere with its inflow. Now, that being said, though, we'll have to see if this activity maybe starts to play a little bit of a role. But this tornado warning is in effect, and it does include Florence, Kentucky. It does not include the Cincinnati airport, at least Cincinnati International. It does not include that at this time. It does not include Burlington, but it does include Independence, Taylor Mill, and Highland Heights here. So again, we're looking on the southern edge of the immediate Cincinnati metro here. And this tornado warning is going to be in effect for the next half hour. Again, we have a little bit of a hook here. We'll see maybe if it tries to get better organized. I'm keeping an eye on here right now. We're just looking at the precipitation part here of the radar. I got the velocities up on another screen here that I'm taking a look at. What we'll also have to kind of start keeping an eye on here is this activity tracks its way a bit further to the east here. Again, as we mentioned, they may need to extend that tornado watch. However, it should be noted that behind this activity, things are quieting down. As a matter of fact, you can see that tornado watch has been canceled for most of the Indiana counties that were under that watch at this time, including Salem, including Smyrna, Madison, North Vernon, going back down towards French Lick. Now, that in mind, though, like I said, does not mean the severe weather event itself is over. It just means that those conditions now are beginning to kind of drop as that cold front begins to push a little bit more towards the east. Again, we are also have that tornado warning that is in effect for Owen County, Kentucky. Again, that's a carryover from that tornado warning that was over Henry County, Kentucky. Again, that's the same storm that pushed its way out of Louisville. Earlier, there was an observed tornado with that. That has since kind of gone away. And there might have been a second observed tornado with that has also now since gone away. Right now, this is a radar indicated tornado warning down here around Owen County. So right now, kind of the big one to also focus on is going to be the one that's going to be passing just south here of Cincinnati, as we'll see here if maybe that one tries to get a little bit better organized. We do have, it looks to be a new picture coming in from Newcastle, Kentucky. Now, this is from the same storm that made its way over. This is the same one that made its way through North Louisville. Now, again, it's possible that this would have been a separate tornado from that storm because it looks like the one that made its way through North Louisville lifted and possibly might have produced a second tornado, or maybe this was all the same tornado. We won't know until the survey is done, but this is from what was originally warned down in Henry County. So I want to show you the video that we're getting coming in from around the Newcastle area. Pop it up here so that you guys are able to see it, and we'll take a little bit of a look at this together here. Chris, take a look at that. Does look like there is some structural damage. The house appears to be all right, but this, whatever it was, is completely level. Probably a barn of some kind. Trees snapped and uprooted. Just based on this alone, though, it's kind of difficult to gauge. Well, that's a different story. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm thinking that alone. I'm not quite sure. It looks maybe like a barn of some kind or something along those lines, but that could be easily EF2 damage yet again with
Yeah.
that. Now, again, whether or not this was the same tornado that made its way through Jeffersonville and uh, uh, oh man, I can't remember that other town, Prospect. Um, we don't know quite yet if this is one continuous damage path, but we were tracking observed tornado that was over Newcastle just a little bit ago. That tornado, as mentioned, has since lifted. But let me just double check here. Nothing.
Quick update on we still have confirmation of the one on the ground in Tennessee, and that was 6:19, and at that time it was confirmed on the ground 7 miles north of La Follette and heading towards White Oak. So it's probably moved through those areas, but it is still on the ground. Would be set to expire here in 5 minutes. We'll just wait and see what happens there.
That's impressive because I mean that's been got some more pictures actually coming from that Tennessee tornado. Give me a quick second here as I pull these up, Chris. This is obviously from the Newcastle tornado, which may or may not have been the same one that affected Louisville. But we do have some additional pictures from that one that you've been tracking, I mean, for over an hour now, right? Down across parts of Tennessee. So why don't you? I'll show you this here. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about that tornado? Is that thing still on the ground? Do you know?
Well, hold on here. I think I just got an update. Yep, it got updated here. See what we got. So it has extended. National Weather Service in Morrison has issued northwestern Claiborne in Tennessee and northeastern Campbell until 7:15. This thunderstorm is producing a tornado located 7 miles, capable of producing a tornado 7 miles south of Wilkerson, 10 miles northeast of Lafayette. Hazard a tornado, quarter-size hail. It is now downgraded to radar indicated. So it has downgraded to a radar indicated tornado here for the next up until 7:15 Eastern time. Got to get my time zones.
Yeah, right. Same thing happens to me. And this is actually some of the damage from that same Tennessee tornado. Again, looks to be some damage to the gas station. That looks pretty significant. This particular damage here. I'm not quite sure what the story behind this building is. Again, earlier, this is from around Sunbright. We were looking at some of those damage pictures again, obviously without being there and physically seeing the damage in person. A little bit difficult to maybe get an estimate of how strong it was, but based on some of these pictures, again, I was saying earlier, EF2, maybe low end EF3, at least where these pictures were taken. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Chris? I mean, I'm not quite sure what that building was, but it's looking like
it took off a whole second story. It looks like there. I mean, you're seeing rooms with no roof and no wall, so that's definitely significant. Seeing the the debris on the side or the sidewalk or the side of the highway there. So it looks like probably a business district in a small town and significant damage.
This one doesn't make any sense. I mean, obviously, I don't know where this roof. I don't think this is from this building.
No,
I don't know where this is from.
Could be it's a roof from something else, or it's a large roof.
Yeah,
it looks like
yeah. And there must have been a building, something. I'm thinking maybe over here.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, we don't see anything flattened, completely.
Yeah.
But it's still significant damage. I mean, like I said, easily probably an EF2, if not maybe a low end EF3, just based on these pictures. Again, we don't know, we don't know how far this damage extends with this particular tornado. We know that it's believed to no longer be on the ground. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, it's radar indicated now.
And the tornado warning that's also over around Cincinnati area, that's still radar indicated too. Does look like it is trying to tighten up a little bit, but still hasn't gotten down to the surface. Obviously, I think in terms of, tornado per se, this this particular one might be our longest tracked one of the day today. I mean, that thing was on the ground for quite a while. Without a doubt. I mean, just based on your estimate, because you were following this storm more than I was.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm guessing we're talking 100 over 100 miles.
Wow. I mean, I believe it based on how long we've been talking about it.
I'm sure it was it felt like over an hour. Say it was an hour and a half, 50, 60, probably right around 100 miles, I would say.
And this is just Sunbright, and this was like an hour ago, and we know that thing was on the ground for longer. So it'll be interesting here. We'll see here if we can, we'll see what filters its way through social media here in just a little bit. Meanwhile, again, they have actually issued a tornado watch that includes Eastern Tennessee, that same area. Of that damage that we've been looking at, but there is a little bit of uncertainty as to whether or not additional tornado activity could be possible down around that area. Obviously, this particular storm, as we kind of assume, probably outran the favorable environment, which is why that warning has kind of gone down a little bit. But there's still additional storms around. Now, that being said, quick update on what's going on in Ohio, for those of you wondering. Are you wondering, Chris?
Yeah, I have lost track of Ohio. What is up there? I'm kind of doing my distance measuring here.
I know.
Sunbright to...
You lost track of Ohio. We don't know where Ohio is. All right. That tornado watch. That tornado watch has been extended a little bit to include some of the eastern suburbs of the Columbus area, as well as Chillicothe and Ross County, Hocking County, down to Pike County and Scioto County. The tornado warning that was in effect for southern Cincinnati appears as though it may have been allowed to expire. Nonetheless, we have additional storms. For those of you who enjoy thunderstorms, we are not quite done yet. There is still the additional activity that is trying to develop. Now, again, behind this is pretty much for the main event. But, pretty much the main event. Because behind all this, we're seeing that watch kind of being cut away a little bit. Things are cooling down. Atmosphere probably stabilizing a little bit. We do have a 1.7-inch hail report, by the way, from near Dillsboro, Indiana, from some storms there earlier. So what we're taking a look at the moment is kind of a wide view of just the watches and the warnings across parts of southwestern Ohio. So here's a thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Lebanon, Ohio, and back towards Wilmington. Possibility there for some straight line winds. We'll have to see maybe too if there's any little notching going on that could possibly bring a tornado. There is a little bit of rotation with part of the storm. The other severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Cincinnati itself, the city of Cincinnati, as well as Independence, Kentucky, and all points in between. That had a tornado warning on it earlier, but it looks like that storm wasn't quite able to get itself as organized as originally expected, so that warning has been allowed to expire. And then we have, of course, these two severe thunderstorm warnings out across Kentucky, and both of those, well, one of those did have a tornado earlier with it. We were watching it as it made its way through Louisville, and then eventually over towards Newcastle. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for a little bit of hail and maybe some gusty winds, but mainly it's going to be for that possibility that we could see maybe this thing, redeveloping itself into possibly another tornado as it heads its way towards Georgetown and Maysville. Maysville, I believe, being the home of George Clooney. Anyways, there's also another severe thunderstorm warning again for the Newcastle and LaGrange area. And based on the reports that I'm seeing with this one, certainly a little bit more of a hail type of setup, about 1-inch size hail. Does not appear to have much in the rotation departments with this guy at the moment. But still, that could be something that might want you change a little bit later on. Again, I'd say of all these storms at the moment, probably still this one here in Kentucky, probably more so the stronger of the group. Again, that Tornado Watch has been extended a little bit to include the eastern parts of the Columbus Metro, including Licking County, Perry County, as well as going further south around Chillicothe, Ohio, and then down towards Scioto County, Portsmouth, Ohio. Here's a look here at the radar imagery of this thing. We'll get the radar. There, we have the radar up here now, so we can take a look at those storms more individually. This guy will have a pretty good idea if it's doing anything, because this is the National Weather Service of Wilmington right there. So I got a good feeling they're probably looking out the window right now at these guys. Additional storms trying to fire up here too. It also appears to be, like I said, we got this storm right here, and then we got this guy down here around LaGrange. There is actually a brand new tornado warning in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I stress the Bowling Green because I'm from Bowling Green, Ohio, which was named after Bowling Green, Kentucky. Now, personally, I think my Bowling Green, Ohio is the better one. Some people would argue that Bowling Green, Kentucky is the better one. I actually met somebody once who worked in Bowling Green, Kentucky, one of my stations that I worked at, and he and I had a big discussion about how I thought Bowling Green, Ohio was better than Bowling Green, Kentucky, and he was of the opinion that Bowling Green, Kentucky was better than Bowling Green, Ohio. Either way, Bowling Green. All right, Bowling Green actually is one of the biggest cities in Kentucky. Kentucky just does not have a lot of big cities, but they have a lot of towns. It's interesting. All right. That is a tornado warning that is in effect, is all the way down here, and we're going to take a look at that here in just a moment. But first, I got some more damage pictures. Chris, why don't you give us an update on that tornado while I pull up the damage picture, some more damage photos coming up from County.
At 5:35, the warning dropped, the tornado warning, so it has the Weather Service has discontinued it. I did a quick calculation from Sunbright to White Oak, if that that was where it was being confirmed from, that I remember was 70 miles. So if it went past there, started earlier, we're looking at a 70 to 80, maybe 90-mile storm or tornado path on that.
That is impressive. Being that long track of a tornado. I mean, all tornadoes are impressive, but 70 miles, I mean, that's, most the ones that we saw a couple of weeks ago tracked about, 20, 30 miles mainly?
Yeah.
So 70 miles gives you a pretty good indication. This is from Morgan County. That same one that we were just talking about that Chris was watching, pretty in-depth while it was happening. He says he estimates, just a quick calculation, it could have been on the ground for about 70 miles. Some of the damage that I was seeing, of course, as mentioned, without being there and knowing the extent of the damage in some of these towns, probably at least EF2, maybe low-end EF3. Here's some more damage photos. This is out of Morgan County, Tennessee. Do you happen to know Morgan County? Is that same one as Sunbright, or is that a different county? Do you happen to remember?
No, I don't remember. Let me take a quick look here. Morgan. It is Wartburg, Sunbright, yes, Sunbright. Wartburg, Sunbright, Coalfield, and Oakdale.
All right. Yeah, this is some of the damage there. Here's another one. That building looks to be damaged. Some roof damage here. Just taking a look at that. This looks to be like maybe an older building. One is down now. This does not appear to be related to the tornado. And here we go. Here's a little bit better of a shot here. It's showing some houses. Some fence damage from what I can see. And certainly, yeah, looks like there's some roof damage, albeit minimal. Whether this is right back in here. The siding of one of the houses here up along the guardrail. The road's still there, so we know it didn't take that away. But yeah, this looks to be from the same tornado. And you know what? Hey, Chris, this actually, you know what? This may be that building that we were looking at earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if this.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
From just
so yeah, the whole top of it.
Took the whole second story pretty much.
Yeah. There it is on the road there. So it's probably Sunbright. Yeah. That's certainly. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, what the final track on that thing ends up being. Really quickly, wanted to do a quick little update here on what we got going on around Bowling Green, Kentucky. Again, this right now is just radar indicated tornado warning. Again, coming up on just to the south side here of Bowling Green, Kentucky. I-65 runs right through here. Again, right now, this appears to be the only tornado warning that we actually have in effect at the moment. Give me a quick second here. Hard to text and talk at the same time. Again, this whole area is also under a tornado watch that goes from Hopkinsville all the way through most of Kentucky. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect a little bit further up towards the north around Hartford and Beaver Dam. No tornado with that, at least no rotation really being indicated at the moment with that. However, this one around Bowling Green, Kentucky is a little bit, it's starting to look a little bit more pronounced. But still not the strongest signatures that we've seen of the day. However, this tornado warning is in effect. It's going to remain in effect until, let's see here, no. That's when it was issued. It is in effect until the next about 15 minutes or so. So it's going to go until about 6 o'clock Central Time. I believe they're in Central Time in Nashville. So about 6 o'clock Nashville, or Central Time. Again, that whole tornado watch, similar thing. Again, waiting for that cold front to kind of push its way through. There's like I said, there's that other severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, and this is up towards south of Owensboro, Kentucky. Again, it's also in that tornado watch. This is mainly going to be tagged for the possibility for maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch size hail. So not the strongest thunderstorm that has ever impacted that area. But given the environment, some of these severe thunderstorm warnings are also probably being issued in the thinking that there may be some additional development, at least in terms of rotation. Now, again, once we get past kind of a lot of this activity, or once we get kind of this more or less this main line to move through, things behind it becoming a bit more stable, a lot less favorable for tornadic development or thunderstorm development in that regard. So that watch has been kind of slowly being hacked away across Indiana, going back in towards parts of eastern Kentucky, western Kentucky and western Indiana. In fact, most of Indiana is now out of that tornado watch, with the notable exception of a few counties right up along the Ohio River. But for the most part, we're now seeing most of the activity tracking its way in from, or tracking its way through northern, or basically Kentucky, I guess I should say at this point, Kentucky and southern Ohio. That trend of watch was also expanded to include some of the Columbus suburbs. I ran out of words.
Yeah, we've been covering this a long time here. Your radar has been down, so let me pull mine up here.
Oh yeah, go ahead and do that. Yeah, sorry, mine is just being weird today. It was doing good the whole time before we started going. The whole time you and I were talking, it was working just fine. And then decided it wanted to be a little bit slow. But yeah, so there's that. And then, of course, we had our damage photos that we were taking a look at just a little bit ago, all the way from our friends in Tennessee. All right. I'm going to shut my video off here for a quick second, but I am still around. I'm just peeping at these Kentucky storms here and everything, seeing if there's anything new coming out from the SPC also. So I might be quiet for a few moments.
Okay, as you can see on the radar here, pretty much the strongest cells. We've got this one in Bowling Green has a tornado warning on it. We've got one up by Beaver Dam with a thunderstorm warning, and over here in the Middlesboro area. Again, this stuff has kind of weakened a little bit as it's moved off here to the east, so we might be losing some of that atmosphere in those, where we were kind of looking before up here along the border towards the Cincinnati area. This, this stuff is the south. We do have the watches still in place here yet this evening, but right now we got 2 warnings out there. That's gone down significantly from what we saw. Either the line is not well developed anymore, and I'm just kind of coming to the widespread of the severe weather event has decreased significantly. There is a warning down here in Huntsville. That cell does look pretty strong. It's kind of got a bow in it, so let's see what that is got going here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Huntsville, Alabama, northwestern Madison County, northwestern Limestone until 6:30 p.m. Located near Tanner, 7 miles west of Athens, moving 35, 60-mile-an-hour winds, rough siding damage, and 3/4-inch hail. So very similar to some of this other severe thunderstorms we've seen earlier. But now we've got the severe weather from Kentucky all the way to Alabama, kind of all moving to the east northeast here towards the end of the day. So again, we've been on here a long time. If anybody is first time listening to what we're doing here with the live coverage, we got a team of meteorologists that are working from certain areas of the country. I'm actually from northwest Kansas, small town called Atwood. I'm covering the states of Colorado and Kansas. Been out here 25 years forecasting the weather, mostly in rural areas for farmers, ranchers. Did a lot of radio work and did some work in Kansas City. Graduated from the University of Nebraska in 95. So go Huskers. We won some national championships back in those years, but been a long time coming. So I am kind of delighted the product we have here. We're working on this YouTube and live channel, and we also have our Weather Valet phone app, and it's neat because it kind of goes back to everybody's radar and the exciting stuff of weather, but when it comes to making decisions, communication one-on-one with the family, making the decision on what they need to do as far as activities to event planning to Again, in my part of the country, farmers, the wind, we can definitely bet on the wind out here. It's still blowing from this system. It should be subsiding here in the next hour or two. I just sent out a forecast on the app. It looked like around 7, 8 Central Time, we'll see the winds finally start going down, but they've been blowing with this system. We've been 30, 40, 50 mile an hour here since yesterday and before that, and we still got winds forecast the rest of the week. We got a fire watch for areas that didn't get any precipitation. We got severe storms possible again on Saturday. So if you're in Kansas, we'll kind of do another round of this. Start out there where I live in western Kansas, and be tracking this stuff up to the Midwest through the weekend and probably into the Sunday time frame as we Sunday and Monday as that next low pressure wraps up. It does look like a fairly organized system. We're talking already looking at maybe some 60, 70 mile an hour winds with that out here on the plains of western Kansas. We could even have snow. I think I was looking at some forecasts there in the Palmer Divide, Denver area. It was still showing snow on the wraparound of 6 inches or more, some locations. So again, it's still spring. These spring storms, as they track through the Midwest, can have just about everything. If you looked at that, we got the fire. It could be a multi-hazard day is what they're calling it. Weather Service. We could be looking at fire, wind warnings, and severe thunderstorms potentially. Right now, it is showing it a little bit to the south of northwest Kansas, but in south central Kansas, southwestern Kansas, into Oklahoma, looks like severe weather on Saturday. So we'll just keep covering this. And again, if you're in that, now we got Huntsville, Alabama under severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got Bowling Green. We'll take a look at this tornado warning for Bowling Green, Kentucky here. Still radar indicated 547. So that was not so long ago. And
I do have a couple of photos.
yeah, photos. Let me stop
Share
sharing.
with you.
You got them up?
Yeah. And so when we were first starting the stream, there was a trailer that was on the ground over in West Virginia. And we're just starting to get a couple of photos from that here. So I want to show you, this is from around Hyco, West Virginia here. Let me get this pulled up here for you so you can take a look at it. Kind of impressive, actually. Looks like a pretty decent sized tornado that had touched down there. This was some damage from it. Certainly quite a bit. This looks pretty strong in terms of the damage here. Look at that house; it's missing its roof completely. Again, without knowing the structural integrity of some of these buildings, I mean, this could maybe be EF3 damage as well. Maybe low end.
Yeah, if I remember right, that was also being reported as a large, tornado similar to that one in Tennessee. So,
yeah, and actually, here's maybe a quick second here. We have some other pictures, I do believe. Let me get them up. This is also from West Virginia. However, I'm not sure. I think this might have been from they had some severe storms earlier in the morning that blew through down around the Charleston area. I remember seeing those. This is some of the damage from that. Give me a quick second here. So this so it looks like this looks like an addition to this house. They got ripped off.
Split off. Yeah.
Adult video store. Lion's Den got whacked. At least the sign did. That may maybe have been straight line winds because I don't see any other damage from that. That doesn't look good.
It's pull it snapped off over there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing. So there was a car underneath there, I think, and that truck tipped over. So that looks like these three kind of look like straight line winds, maybe. But again, I'm not physically there to see what else is around the damage. But this does not look like straight line wind. That looks like a tornado damage there. From that. So both of those, that's from West Virginia. So this was from the morning stuff, the stuff we had earlier in the day today around, I think, the Charleston area, and quite a few tornado warnings I remember seeing from that. There's also that tornado warning now in Huntsville. So they had a tornado warning now in Huntsville, or near Huntsville, I'm sorry. You know, Huntsville, did you know, Chris, that Huntsville, as of the last census, is actually the largest city in Alabama? Albeit the biggest metro is still Birmingham. But it looks like Huntsville has at least overtaken it. Has overtaken Birmingham now as the biggest city in Alabama. But yeah, they got a little tornado warning there right now. And I'm still trying to get things a bit loaded on my end. But, you know, we could maybe be seeing that same storm south of Cincinnati, maybe trying to revamp itself up here. So I'm just getting my my radar kind of moved around. And also, there's another storm just northwest of Nashville that is starting to. It doesn't have a warning on it yet, but given the way things have been so far today, could be interesting to take a look at here. So this right now is northwest of Nashville. It looks like it might be trying to get a little bit of rotation on it. Right now, there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning with it, but could be bearing watching. Here's the one around Bowling Green. And then if we go further up to the north, at least a little bit ago, let me pull up the Wilmington radar here, if it will let me. This one here is also starting to look like it may also trying to be recycled again. It's this little guy right here, right near Batavia, Ohio. So we are east of Cincinnati, but there does appear to be a little bit of an uptick here in some of the rotation as it tracks its way to the east here. So this will be kind of interesting to watch as it maybe makes its way towards Hillsborough, Ohio. This is Highland County. This is Highland County. We got Claremont County down here. So again, the west side or the east side here of the Cincinnati metro. This is somewhat of a more rural area, very hilly, a lot of trees. Chillicothe, Ohio, which if I remember correctly, was actually the original capital of Ohio, way back in the day. This is Ross County. There's also the big prison there, the Ross Correctional Institution, is down around this area too. This storm has also a little bit of rotation right here. Ironically, this one is going right over the National Weather Service office here in Wilmington, but nothing severe at the moment with that storm. Certainly a little bit of rotation there. Some of these storms, like I said here, they're firing up here. What they do, like I said, they extended that tornado watch a little bit more to the east. I'm curious if they extend a bit further over here to some really County. I'm very. I'm chopping up. Yeah.
Now it's better. There you go.
Yeah.
Choppy.
See if we can pull that really quickly. In fact, actually, let's see here. I don't. It's radar indicated. I don't really see strong rotation with this thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't. There's a little bit right here, but this doesn't look quite as potent at the moment. I could be wrong. Well, that's not comforting to say. I don't see strong rotation. I mean, I definitely see a little bit of a notch here, which is what prompted that warning. But at the moment, it doesn't look like there'd be anything on the ground with this. Now, unless you think otherwise, Chris, what do you think?
No, I don't see. I see the little notch, but I don't see anything, rotating or changing in direction. We'll see here what it does in the next few minutes.
And then, of course, the other strong one that. Oh no, sorry. What you got?
Well, I said I'm pulling up controlling on mine here a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, take over.
No, I was just.
Oh no. I mean, do you want to put your radar up?
It'll be the same. I could zoom in so I can see it closer. But yeah, I see.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about, yesterday was it? We were talking. I have a raccoon as a pet. Huntsville has a minor league baseball team, a relatively new one, and they're called the Rocket City Trash Pandas, and it's a raccoon. If only they were affiliated with the Tigers, I could root for them.
Trash Pandas. That's pretty cool.
Yep, the Rocket City Trash Pandas. I think it's hilarious. I think that's the second minor league team of a raccoon. I think the Quad City River Bandits, I think that's also a raccoon. Now, you know what? Now I gotta look it up. That's Davenport. Let's see here. The Quad City River Bandits. Yeah, it's a raccoon. So there are two raccoon teams. There's the Rocket City Trash Pandas, and then there is the Quad City Davenport River Bandits, which is a raccoon with a scar. Anyways, back to the weather. That's my fun Huntsville fact for you.
Does the raccoon ever get mad?
Mine? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She has her moments, and fortunately, my first raccoon did a lot of biting. The one I have now, Lyra, she's not as big on biting, but she is more prone to mood swings than my other one was. But yes, when they get mad, yeah, it's they bite. This storm. I mean, we might be at a disadvantage because we got heavy rain over the radar site right now. But the storm around the Cincinnati area, it's looking like it's still trying to get itself together. But it's the same thing that we've been seeing all day. Is it just keeps running into other stuff that's trying to develop. And that's kind of been the theme of the day. Is that these guys are running into each other because they're moving so quickly. So one of the fun that might be interesting. Yeah, it's the same one that dropped that tornado in Newcastle, and then again possibly around Jeffersonville. This is the same storm right here, and that's still showing that it may. I mean, it certainly has wind with it now. We'll see if that can maybe try to spin up again. Here's your tornado reports, by the way, for your one down and that we were watching. You were tracking pretty intensively here in Tennessee. There was two reports that came out. Heavy damage reported to the Schubert's Funeral Home, and then tornado spotted along Highway 27. This is from a little while ago, but that's from that same tornado long track tornado that we believe was long track. Obviously, that's why it's long track. How is the sentence for you, Chris? It's from that long track tornado that we believe was long track.
Long one.
Anyways,
It-
and then we have this guy over here, northwest of Nashville. That looks like it may be trying to do something here. Let's see. Let's look on the velocity if it's looking any different. This guy looks like it might be trying to do something right here, north of Pleasant View. But if it is doing something at the moment, it doesn't appear overly strong. But it looks like there's a little something right here that may need to be watched. Otherwise, the next one we have is Huntsville. That's the only active tornado warning that we have at the moment. And that is Huntsville. And it's for this guy, which we said we still couldn't really see much rotation on it. And I still don't really see much of a rotation signature in it.
I've zoomed in on it pretty solid, and there may be just a little bit between Oakdale and Sardis Springs on 281.
Oakdale.
That speaks kind of south and west part of that notch thing area.
Yeah. Right here. I mean, I'm kind of. This thing goes for 25 minutes. Yeah, that is the only kind of notch there. That's interesting. I mean, how did this thing look? I want to see what this thing looks like a little bit. See if I can loop it here really quickly. Yeah, it's interesting. It didn't even look that developed when the warning was first issued. So unless they're anticipating that this thing is going to maybe get a bit more organized. But this is a loop here, and like I said, even when that warning was first issued, it really wasn't that much of a signature. Well, we'll see. But at the moment, that is the only active tornado warning that we have among all these tornado watches. So, again, this one here north of Nashville, it's not looking quite as Cooperstown. I think that one bears a little bit of watching. We'll see what that thing does. And we still have our good friends over around Ohio. Let's take a look at Ohio. A place down here, so humid.
Maybe if I click the
I don't know. I mean, this one's got a little something here around Mount Sterling. See what that does. This just fell apart. And this guy seems to have lost itself a little bit. Still has kind of a hook, but difficult to tell if that thing's going to eventually develop. This guy still is trying to hold up here. This little guy right here. Still trying to kind of hold up a little bit here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to look at the, you know what? This thing might be trying to go again. I don't know. What do you think?
No.
This thing might be trying to cycle again as it heads towards Maysville, Kentucky. It's still a little bit west of it, but let's see here. Maysville's further off here. Maysville leads under that severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like it might track more towards Ripley. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what this guy does. Might want to go again. All right, as far as the Trent Watch is concerned, looks like we only got four counties left in Indiana that are under it, but that's probably going to be canceled here pretty shortly, I bet you. We go over to Columbus. We see this situation there. Still predominantly not strong. Of course, this particular radar, this localized one for Columbus, man, this thing struggles. I don't know why, but it's never been the best radar. So I don't even really know why I clicked it. You think I would have known better. Let's take a look here. When I was working in Zanesville, we had a gap in the radar coverage, and so we used to kind of sometimes rely on that on that Columbus radar, but it just has some wicked dead spots to it for some reason. But every now and then it does pick up something good. Then we have this little guy back here around Piqua. Let's take a look at this little guy. This is Piqua, Ohio. It's a stop on I-75 as you're heading down towards Dayton, heading up towards Bellefound. There's a little notch right there. We'll see what that little dude tries doing. At this point, we'll have to wait and find out. But that is that. And then we still got this guy down here, which, like I said, may be trying, I say maybe trying to cycle yet again. Still want to keep an eye on this guy, though it does not look anywhere near as impressive as it did earlier, but still given the environment, we'll give it a little bit of a look here. And then there is still some rotation here around Mount Sterling. Now, for those of you who don't know where we're looking at, this is the Columbus Metro, all right? This is the city of Columbus itself, in Franklin County. Columbus is very strange in how its suburbs are laid out, and that most of them are up here. There's not really a whole lot down here. In fact, if you come up on 33 or even 23, you can actually see part of the Columbus skyline in the middle while you're in the middle of a field. Nonetheless, though, there is the John Glenn Airport, which is right up here, and there's a second airport right here. This one, I think Allegiant Air flies out of. And I can't remember. It's as much. John Glenn is the main airport, but there's also an international. I think there's an Air National Guard there too. When I was in Zanesville, sometimes their helicopters would fly over, going into this airport here. Right now, there is a little bit of rotation here. At the moment, it doesn't look like it is down at the surface. But at the moment, though, we'll keep an eye on that because that is kind of getting a little bit close to Columbus. This is Licking County. This is Newark, Ohio. If you've ever been there, cute little town. Well, actually, it's almost like a borderline city. It's about almost 50,000 people. And then the county itself is pretty populated too. It's like a satellite city of Columbus. And then there's Lancaster, which is a little bit more suburban, but still a pretty decent sized city. Been there quite a few times. And then there's Perry County, which is very, very rural. Somerset, Thornville is a bit more built up because close to the interstate. Perry County is pretty rural, and then of course here's Muskegon County. This is Zanesville. This is where I used to work before I moved to a different station. And then there's Coshocton County up here. For those of you wanting a geography lesson, this is pretty rural too. Very pretty country. And then Millersburg, this is Holmes County. This is rural. This is Amish country. Most of the Amish in Ohio are in this county. It's predominantly known for being the Amish community. Knox County, this is Mount Vernon, Ohio. There's a university there. Mount Vernon, I can't remember. It's a private Christian university there. Obviously, Ohio State is in Columbus, right around I think this area here. Columbus has some of the weirdest city limits. I mean, the way that the city of Columbus, its city limits is so weird. It looks like a checkerboard. Anyways, but it is one of the most populated cities in America, and it's on track to be It's already the biggest city in Ohio. It's been that way since I think 1990. But the biggest city in Ohio ever was Cleveland back in 1950, and they hit 914,000 people. Of course, Cleveland is nowhere near that today. But Columbus, at the last estimate, was about 904,000. So if it gains 10,000 or a little bit more than 10,000, let's say if it gains 11,000 more people, it'll end up being the biggest city that Ohio's ever had. But that's for a different day. Anyways, they're watching a little bit of rotation here coming up on Derby and Orient. Interesting. Orient, I think, comes from the Greek. I think it comes from the Greek word meaning east. And maps used to be oriented to the east. The more you know. So orientation, get yourself oriented. This is where that expression comes from. Fun fact for you. For those of you wanting to practice your ancient Greek. All right, let's go ahead here and take a look what else we got going on. A little storm roundup. And would you look at that, just as I said it, they put that tornado warning up for Maysville, just north of Maysville, actually. Oh, look at that. That's looking pretty good right there. So this thing is cycled up again. Let's see what we got. We have a radar indicated tornado coming right up on Brooksville, right here. So we should know here in just a little bit if there is anything on the ground. But, honestly, looking at this thing, that particular radar scan, that's a pretty decent signature there, kind of akin to what we saw earlier. Little notch right here. This is what we're looking at. This particular radar does not have a correlation coefficient availability, so we're going to have to kind of rely on what we see here on this particular radar scan. In fact, I want to make sure that I got the Wilmington radar up. We'll have a kind of a quick little look here. That's interesting. Let's keep an eye on that guy here. Anyways, let's take a look at this tornado warning. Let's look a little bit at what it's warned here for. So it is going to be moving to the east here at 55 miles an hour. Doppler indicated rotation. We knew that much here. So let's track this bad boy out here a little bit. Let's see if we can't maybe get a little bit of a track here. We're going to kind of take it more or less this way. And let's go ahead and put it at 60 miles an hour. Maybe a little fast, but we'll give it a few minutes of lead time here. That's going to put it in Ripley here. If it tracks a bit that way, in about 15 minutes, and it'll put it in Aberdeen, which is down here, about 17 minutes. The same thing about so it's basically going to be reaching the Ohio River in about 15 minutes. Well, this part of the Ohio River, obviously, that might have been a bad example, but you get what I'm saying. It's going to be between Denver and Maysville here about the next 15 minutes or so. Again, these storms are kind of tracking a little bit quickly here. Now, with that in mind, there is one other tornado warning. There's two other tornado warnings that are actually in effect. And Chris earlier on was talking about a rather strong, potentially long track tornado that had occurred in Tennessee. That storm has now recycled and appears to be tornadic yet again. There is a new tornado warning that is actually on that storm right now. It is going to be radar indicated, but we'll certainly keep an eye on that thing, as that one has a history of producing at least one long track tornado. But the one that we're looking at here on the radar at the moment is this nice little guy here coming up on Mayville, Kentucky, right on the Ohio River. It cycled earlier. We saw this guy pass south of Cincinnati. We saw this one pass south of Louisville, or north of Louisville. Wow, sorry, so many storms today. This one passed north of Louisville about an hour and a half or so ago. Produced a tornado there, as well as in Newcastle, Kentucky, so next county over. Whether or not that was the same tornado, we don't know at the moment, but right now it looks like they might have been two separate tornadoes from the obvious same storm, though. Same mesocyclone. And then it kind of weakened a little bit, but now we're seeing it recycle again. They're cycling back up again, and that's why we have this new tornado warning. Again, it's going to be right here, it might have passed right over Brooksville here. Now maybe coming up on Chatton Minavera is going to be out a little bit ahead, and as we timed it a few moments ago, probably about another 10 or 15 minutes, it'll be over here at the Ohio River. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's just retract this thing one more time. And we'll put it out to here, and we'll bring it at about 60 miles an hour, even though it's mentioned to be going about 55, but we'll give it a few minutes of lead time. And again, it's going to put it in Minavera about uh, 8 minutes or so, and then Aberdeen and Mayville about 15 minutes here. So again, this is the latest radar scan. Let's take a look here. Again, starting to look a little bit better organized. That hook's still showing up there pretty well. Do not see anything at the moment on the correlation coefficients from the Wilmington radar. Unfortunately, this particular radar does not have this particular one from Covington does not have correlation coefficient availability, but it does give us a little bit more of a closer look given the distance from the Wilmington radar. This little notch right here is what we're looking at here. And again, we can kind of see on the velocities here, there is certainly a little bit of a couplet. Whether or not there is something on the ground at the moment, a little uncertain. Again, this is kind of a rural area. Maysville, obviously, would be kind of the nearest bigger town. Brooksville, and we'll maybe get word here in a few moments if there was any damage from around there, if indeed it did pass right over that town. It's south of Augusta. Looks like it will not be tracking towards Augusta or Higginsport or Georgetown, at least at the moment. Right now, it seems to be going primarily eastwards. You have a little bit of maybe a northeast, like east northeasterly, but more east than northeast. All right, you get the idea. That's that little guy down here. We were also watching a little bit ago this other storm that was around Mount Sterling, Ohio, heading towards the Columbus area. It did look like it had a little bit of rotation earlier on in it, but let's see if that rotation is still there. Let's take a look. We are going to not as well defined. Looks like it's kind of collapsed a little bit there. So we'll see what that storm ends up trying to do. But really right now, this is kind of the main one here, is this one that's heading up towards the Maysville area. Other storms in the area, let's take a look. We have this guy down here. Now, for those of you who were with us earlier on, Chris was tracking a long track tornado that made its way down the northwest of Knoxville. And taking a look at it on the radar, again, the storm is still holding out. We are in far eastern Kentucky at this point. Radar indicated, but there is at least a little bit of a hook there, heading towards Virginia. Yeah, this is where those four states kind of meet up together. Chris, you're back. We were talking about that storm that you were tracking in Tennessee has now gone back to a tornado warning as it tracks its way now getting close to Cumberland, Kentucky, and maybe trying to eventually work its way into Virginia area, into McDowell County, West Virginia, if it holds up. But this is it right there. Taking a look at the nearest radar site, got a little bit of that hook there, but it is radar indicated at the moment. Nothing confirmed as it moves towards Harlan here. We'll have to wait and see what the next scans say. In the meantime, the one that I've really been kind of watching is this guy right here around Maysville. We put a tornado warning on this. Did have a little bit of a hook with it here. At the moment, let me double check here, but last time I checked, which is just about a minute or so ago, there did not appear to be any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. It was radar indicated. This would have been the same one that produced that tornado in Jeffersonville or near Jeffersonville, Indiana, and then again over Newcastle out near the Louisville area. So that's this guy again, kind of cycling back up. At the moment, though, like I said, no active tornado on the ground with this thing. It's just radar indicated, but it does look pretty decent, at least on the Covington radar. Just south, or the Covington radar just south there of Cincinnati. Unfortunately, we don't have correlation coefficient with this particular radar, but and also maybe just jumping the gun a little bit here, but maybe a little notch right here. We'll have to see what this thing maybe tries to do. But again, this is the main storm with that. And again, you can see that notch right there. It'll be coming up here probably in the next. Well, let's go ahead and retime it out here. It's going to pretty much be over Minavera here in just like a moment or two. Probably in the next maybe minute or two, it should be right over there. And then maybe making its way down towards Ripley here in about about 8 minutes or so, if we want to get really precise with this. And then, it's going to stay north of Maysville. Right now, it's looking to track north of Aberdeen. But if it were to end up going a bit, I don't think it will, but if it did alternate a little bit, could maybe get close to the northern part of Aberdeen there. But for right now, it's looking like it's going to probably pass in between Aberdeen and Ripley, maybe a bit closer to Ripley though. So that's the active tornado warning that we have right now. The one in Huntsville, that one has, I think, been allowed to expire. Or no, excuse me. That one is still ongoing. But I don't see any indication of this thing on the ground. In fact, it really does not look that impressive on the velocity. If you took a look at the Huntsville one, it just really isn't there anymore. There are that one around Bowling Green. Let's see here in Kentucky. So there's a new storm there. That one looks pretty decent around the Woodburn, Kentucky area. Radar indicated rotation, but it is a nice tight little couplet there in southwest of Bowling Green, Kentucky. There's a tornado warning there for that one. So that's what that's what you missed. Yeah. In a few minutes, that you were gone, Chris. And I got 4 tornado warnings, albeit really 3, because the Huntsville one just really doesn't.
The Huntsville one, yeah, it's about done. Looks like we'll see what it does. 5 minutes, and then that one, the one that popped up, reformed there. That one just got a little weaker on this last radar update too. From so actually the strongest one does look like it's the one in Bowling Green, just kind of re-popping back up there, and Maysville.
Well, now here's an interesting one. A little baby tornado warning, northern Claremont County, north of that one in Maysville. Little spin up, I'm gonna guess here. Let's take a look at this thing.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Okay.
It's radar indicate. I'm curious as to. I don't think we were looking at this. This looks like a little pocket. Yeah, look at that, right there near Fayetteville. Tiny little couplet there. Maybe another one here. But I don't know if that's going to hold on much longer, given all this stuff right here that it could be running into. But that's the newest tornado warning. So we got that thing. But that is a really small tornado warning, which makes me wonder if, again, not only that, but how long that rotation is going to hold out. This one I still think is the main one down around Maysville. We're starting to get a little too far out now to get a good reading from the Covington radar site there near the airport. However, it's still looking pretty decent here. Yeah, it's still looking pretty good on the radar. Coming up on Ripley now. So it does look like it has jogged a little bit to the north now. It looks like it is going to be passing up towards Ripley. That's still radar indicated, though, at this time. And then naturally we have this little guy in Claremont County. Our Bowling Green one is 70 degrees there for 64 dew point. Let's see what that. Is that still radar indicated? Yes, it is still radar indicated. So it almost looks like, boy, all these storms wanted to cycle at once, don't they, Chris?
Yes, they all recycled back up, and I don't see any though that are real impressive. I was kind of looking at that small one there in the Fayetteville area. That might a little bit right in Fayetteville, right there. But
Yeah,
other
that
than
thing
that,
just
yeah, that one just kind of small, but it has a little notch in there, but not really seeing, zooming in, nothing that would indicate it being on the ground.
yeah,
So
that's a really small
yeah,
tornado warning, at least relatively speaking. But yeah, there is a notch there, and it's radar indicated. Now, this is still somewhat of a populated area, so my guess is we'll know here if there is anything. Uh, and maybe around Mount Orb too. See if that can try getting itself together. And then we still have this guy down here, Mayville. Nothing reported though at the moment with that. I have noticed though that, well, I guess I take that back. Let's take a look here. I want to see this guy because we were looking at this thing earlier too, near the Columbus area, and this one had a little bit of rotation within one of the storms, but it did kind of go away. Uh, Unfortunately, this local Columbus radar is really just not the best. Uh, it's always kind of struggled a little bit, but let's see maybe if we can get a good scan from it. Uh, it's so tricky to tell. It would be right about here, commercial point going into Lockburn and heading over towards Groveport, in the southeastern part there of Franklin County. Groveport, another little town, well, more or less a built-up suburb, I guess I should say at this point. Reynoldsburg. Let's take a look. Oops. Would you know? There we go. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, I'm not seeing much with this activity. These are all just too clustered together. Maybe some hail and some downdrafts, but at the moment, they're all just running into each other. And then you got this scraggly stuff down here, which could be interfering. A little burst here around Washington Courthouse. That just looks like a downburst. Oh, yeah, a downburst right there. And then, yeah, this is falling apart. This doesn't look quite as developed. And this observed in Maysville. All right. So there we go. That's the one that, see, maybe it was just shy. I didn't want to do it in front of us. Let's take a look here. This is the one that we were tracking just just a moment or two ago, and there it is right there. If this thing, well, this thing is apparently reported to be on the ground. Let's see here. I want to see if we can't maybe pick it up on the correlation coefficient. After all, it is observed. Oh, very difficult to tell. It might just be a little too far away and not too strong to be picked up on the correlation coefficient. Sometimes with these stronger ones, we can pick them up pretty far away as they lock debris in the air. But sometimes with these weaker ones, it's a little bit trickier to tell, especially when they're a bit further away from the radar site. Let's see here what they are at least reporting with this. And it is observed radar confirmed tornado. Radar shows tornado debris in the air. Let me see here. Well, it's very hard to see it on the Wilmington radar. Boy, it is just right in an awkward area. This is the second one now that we've probably had that has been in an awkward area radar-wise. What are the odds, huh?
Yeah, I
But
don't
yes,
see
that
it.
is an
I can't see it.
observed. And that they canceled that warning up in northern Claremont County. So that was short-lived, whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it did have like a really faint signature for like 2 radar scans. That storm that we were watching back when it was around Pleasant View does now have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Let's take a look at it on the velocity here. Walnut Grove, Springfield. Let's take a look. So we still have that one south of Bowling Green. That one still has some good signature on it, albeit not quite as defined. Now we got this guy too, right around New Deal, Tennessee, and there does appear to be, well, number one, it looks like it's about to outrun its severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll see what they do with it here. There may be, though, maybe a little bit of rotation with this here, right in this area. We'll have to wait here and see, but that appears to be the best signature I've seen from that thing, albeit, it, did they extend that tornado warning in Huntsville?
It's
The
still
Fayetteville,
showing.
Kentucky?
I'm still
This
going to
thing.
click on it.
Oh,
Did, yeah, 25 minutes.
I don't see. I mean, I really don't see any indication of it.
I just shoot, yeah, 7 o'clock.
I mean that's the rotation, but it doesn't appear that strong. It kind of surprises me, to be honest. How's our gate over here doing? Still radar indicated. And we got this guy coming up.
Do radar. Yeah.
All right, that's got a little something there. And then we got this thing is still being tagged as observed with radar indicated debris in the air, but it is very oh yeah, it's there. Absolutely. All righty, let's take a look at that one near Mayville. Give me a second here. All right. So we got this guy right here in Mayville. Now, if we flip on the correlation coefficient here, Chris, you're going to see there is a pretty decent signature here from it. My other radar that I was looking at, I had it scanned at the wrong level, so I didn't catch it right away. But take a look here. You'll see it, and it's going to be right here. Very faint. There it is. And it looked a little bit better if we were to loop this so you could see it. Looks like it may be lifting now, but it did look kind of decent here for a few radar scans once we get this to load. Right there. See it?
Yep.
So there's another tornado there, but pretty rural area. We'll see if we get any damage reports from that. But at the moment, that appears to be it. And it looks like if that is the case, it is probably lifted or is much weaker now. I don't see one from that Claremont. Oh. Yeah, I don't see anything from the Claremont one. See some flow wind here. And of course, obviously, that thing up there is a mess.
See what Bowling Green. It's got 5 minutes left on it. Well, it's been a long afternoon.
Yes, it has been. It has been a eventful afternoon, although
When did we start? About 3:30? Can't remember.
about 4 hours ago. So yeah,
4 hours ago. Yeah.
it's over about 2:30. Yeah, because I remember we were watching going through. Yeah, we were watching going through Evansville. We jumped on when it was first going through Evansville, and then it didn't do much. And then AJ joined on for a bit. I see AJ, and then AJ left. And
You're chopping. You're chopping up. Oh, I lost you. Well, anyway, let's pick them. Yeah, still. Looks like they there. Let me flip my. So the one in the Marysville area, Timmy has disappeared here. Has been extended into a new warning, and it is southeastern Brown County and southwestern Ohio, Adams County and central Ohio until 8:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Radar indicated quarter-size hail. So that is probably the strongest cell that's still out there. It's in the West Union just to the south and west of West Union, getting ready to move through there. Radar indicated rotation on that cell, and a new warning has been issued to continue until here of next half hour. So that is the one we're watching here. These other cells, the one that's down around Cumberland, this was an extenuation of the one that was in the Lafayette area, Springsdale, that had the long track on it. It still has a warning that's radar indicated. Over to Welland, Harlan. See what we got going back down.
Issued a new photo watch for southeastern Ohio, and including far southwestern Pennsylvania, including the city of Pittsburgh, and going into West Virginia, including Huntington, Charleston, Parkersburg, and Morgantown, and I believe parts of Harrison County, or no, all of Harrison County, which includes Clarksburg, West Virginia. Brand new photo watch that goes until 2 a.m., but it probably won't be in effect until 2 a.m. My guess. Just based on what we've been seeing, his watch getting chopped up. But so Zanesville, Athens, Ohio, heading down to Marietta, Ohio, Wheeling, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, Morgantown, Clarksburg, Charleston, Huntington, and a little bit of northeastern Kentucky, all under a brand new tornado watch. Let me pull it up. It probably would have made more sense to just show it rather than trying to name all these places. But here it is, out ahead of this activity. It's not a PDS watch or anything along those lines. Just your old standard tornado watch. But yeah. And there is a possibility that they could be issuing, or there's a likelihood that of a new watch that will be issued across central Alabama. Probably here in just a little bit, to include maybe the Birmingham, Alabama metro. Looking like that's going to be a likely watch, a tornado watch, likely with that. But that hasn't been issued yet.
Is there you see a discussion on that?
Yeah. They got a, for that thing, or for that one possibly in Alabama, and brand new tornado watch that includes southeastern Ohio, Zanesville, all the way up to, I believe that might actually include Canton, Ohio. Up to Wheeling, West Virginia, Steubenville, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Unionville, Pennsylvania is over there too. It does not include Westmoreland County, which is a heavily populated part of eastern Pennsylvania. I'll tell you what, though, that West Union storm, I'm trying to look, is also still looking pretty good on the radar. There. That's the one that did produce a tornado. It was radar indicated right near Ripley. A little bit of a rotation notch back here, too. Not very strong. However, we'll see if that maybe tries to develop into something. Obviously, this is the predominant one. Mind you, we're looking a little high up at the radar at this point. Not too terribly far, though. And yeah, so that is the strongest one at the moment. This up here, though, around Columbus, I mean, that's just, these guys are just running into each other here. And this whole area, I'm pretty certain, is a flash flood watch area, I believe, or at least a flood warning of some kind. They got hit with some pretty heavy rain earlier today. It's a flash flood warning. So that may be something that might be more of a situation for Muskingum County, Coshocton, all the way to the Pennsylvania border. They have some warning up there, so we'll see what that ends up doing too. But right now, yeah, that one by West Union is really kind of the strongest one at the moment. And it's still right there indicated, but that rotation is certainly there.
West Union, yep. Are you there, or did you cut out?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed my. I'm looking at my own radar here, so
Oh no. Just
thinking.
pulling up some additional information here. Trying to see if I can pull anything additional about that West Union one, because like I said, it does have a pretty decent signature on the velocity radar, but I'm not seeing anything on the. I'm not seeing any signature yet of a debris ball or anything. There may be, but it's very difficult to tell at the moment. Very difficult to tell. And this is also another rural area of Ohio, up until you get to about Portsmouth, which is over here. But this is still kind of somewhat of a rural area too. Very hilly, a lot of trees, and it's probably starting to get dark there now, a little bit. So it might become a bit harder to see. But I mean, that's still a pretty good signature here. At least as of the last radar scan, let's see, the new one just came in. It's a little bit difficult to see, uh, but it's got it passing right over West Union now. Look at it right there. So I'm thinking there may be there's certainly some low level rotation right here. Uh, I mean that's pretty defined. Uh, it's still radar indicated, but I mean it's passing right over West Union. I mean it's over West Union now. In fact, it's probably getting ready to exit West Union uh, here. So we should know here pretty soon if there was anything that hit the ground. What do you think?
Yep, that is definitely showing that a little bit of rotation in there, and the strongest cell.
I think there is a debris signature. Looking at it now, yeah, there's. This is probably going to be observed.
Yeah,
It's still indicated.
It's just past West Union there, a little bit.
And take a look at this. Look on the correlation right there. This is the scan. This particular scan, I think, is a few minutes behind, but there it is. And my guess is that
crossed right over it.
Yeah, that hit West Union head on. So we shall know here in a minute. And so they're still tagging it radar indicated, but my guess is that was on the ground. And let's see. Yeah, that's it for the moment. This is certainly the main one.
Yeah. All these others.
Yeah.
What about that one down in Huntsville? Let's not.
It still looks ragged.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. The green signature there. Now it's observed. This will probably be what? Tornado emergency or something for it looks like it's gonna pass on the north. Yeah, it's gonna pass on the north side. Damaging tornado. A confirmed tornado was located over West Union, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Look at that. Right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Yep.
Looks like it's on the north side of West Union.
Yep.
That's a pretty good signature there.
Moving east.
And if that stays on the ground, like I said, it's kind of rural once you get away from here. Few little communities.
How big is West Union?
It's not a big town. It's let me double check here. It's not like a big town. It's about it's about 3,000 people.
Okay.
So and it looks like it passed just to the north of downtown West Union, up around 22. Yeah, look at that, right
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Adams Lake State Park. And so if this thing stays on the ground, it's going to be coming up on the community of, let me double check to see if that's an actual, Duncansville. Yeah, Duncansville. And then it looks like a little unincorporated community here. Just, yeah, so we passed it right over. I will say, the signature doesn't look as strong, but again, this is kind of a rural area, and I'm imagining the leaves on the tree are starting to pop up here, but there might not be much for it to pick up. So there is still a signature there. Let's see here. If we loop it, you can see it right there. It doesn't look like it's coming on down a little bit here. We'll see what it does. This 4-year cycle now. This could possibly be what now? The 4th tornado that it's produced, this particular storm?
Oh, geez, yes, that's yes, I think that's 4.
Yeah. Unless yeah. So the one near Jeffersonville, then the one near over what was that town Newcastle, Kentucky. So and then Mayville, north of Mayville. And this little team. And it looks like it's kind of picking up a little bit of a signature here, north of Maysville. There should be a little bit of rotation, but not nearly as defined as this. Yeah, it does look like if it is still on the ground, it's not quite as strong. Yeah, right there. Fascinating. They have also extended that tornado warning.
As I was saying, it kind of revived itself again there, didn't it?
It's not giving up. That thing is
Yeah.
not giving up.
Yeah, it's popped back up again here. See what they say on that thing. Still radar. Jackson, Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm, tornado over Maggard. Whitesburg moving northeast at 45. Tornado and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated rotation. But yeah, that's reformed again. So that one started all the way back. Jeez. There's Lafayette. But is there any more coming in on that one at West Union?
That's what I'm looking to see here. Still tagged as observed, but on the latest scan,
There's one down the Huntsville one. Just
I still think whether or not it's just debris still falling out of the air is a little uncertain. It doesn't look as impressive now as it did a few scans ago. However, I will say though, this guy has cycled a few times, so it might not be done. It might be done for the moment, but it might not be done entirely. The rotation near Manchester, southwest of West Union, appears to have gone down a little bit. The signature not quite as defined there. I still don't want to rule it out, though.
something just popped up south of Columbus.
Alrighty. Lancaster. Radar indicated. A little bit of a notch there. Let's see if the Columbus radar can pick it up decently. Though, as I mentioned, this one has its moments. This is central and southern Fairfield County, Ohio. Let's take a look. Well, that's useless. Let's see on the velocity. Again, this is another area. Yeah, there you look at it right there. So it shows up on the velocity pretty decently. This one actually, let me pull up. So this one's a bit tricky to look at because the Columbus radar is not the best at showing the precipitation. And so the setup of this thing is actually its rotation within that kind of disorganized pocket that I was taking a look at, where everything was running into each other. So, on the velocity, and there's a second one now coming up just south of Newark. So there's probably going to be another tornado warning, and it's going to be right up here. So we got two areas of rotation here. It's very difficult to see it here on this radar imagery, but on the precipitation, this is just not a good scan. This is not a good indication of what's going on. But the velocity certainly shows a much clearer picture than the velocity on the Wilmington radar. And
yeah, that's right on that kind of bowing out there. Yeah.
As for our West Union friend, let's take a look. It looks like it may have weakened off a little bit. Regardless, yeah, so here we go. This is coming up on Lancaster. I mean, this is going to go pretty much right over Lancaster. We'll have to see here if that rotation it does increase a little bit. But much like the other ones, I tell you what, it's not moving as fast. So this one may have a few moments to work with. They're tagging this thing only at 30 miles an hour, which compared to what we've seen is very slow.
Yeah.
So let's time it out. Kind of put it a little bit like this. Well, that tracks off now. Let's try it again. Let's tag it like this. To get, I'm going to do 35. And I'll do 40. And that's going to put it in, let's see here, about 10 minutes for Lancaster. North Burn, about 15, 20 minutes or so. That is at least the track for that one. Now, oops, I did not want to do that. This is what I wanted to do. This one, I'm telling you, is also looking pretty good. That looks like there's got to be something getting ready to go right here. And we are south of Newark. Again, this is as populated as Licking County is. This is actually not a very heavily populated section of the county. Up here is Nashport. This is Ohio 16. And this part of Ohio 16 is actually kind of like basically a freeway from about just past the Nashport exit to about Newark. So this is somewhat of a heavily traveled road. It's the main road to get to Coshocton. Nashport, and then there's a state park down around here. That thing is looking really good. My guess is that my guess here is that this will probably be a tornado warning here in just a moment. If there's not, yeah, it's surprising they haven't issued one. I probably would have, just based on how that thing looked. Yeah, that's look at that. Yeah, it may have been a spin up, but it certainly is something there. As far as the Lancaster situation is concerned, Lancaster, it's kind of like right on the fence, to be honest. This is actually showing that this right here might be something. So maybe one, two, there's 3 areas of rotation within this group all of a sudden. 1 right here, 2 right here, and obviously the 3rd one. So we'll see what that does here in just a minute.
That one just to the north of that one. Tornado warning for central Muskegon County.
So Muskegon County belongs to the National Weather Service office in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Whereas Licking County belongs to Wilmington's office. So Pittsburgh was obviously looking at the radar, or was looking at the radar and said, we're going to go ahead and put that tornado warning up now. It's interesting that Wilmington has not. And there's also a little bit of a notch back here, right around Carroll, passing north of Lancaster. Yeah, this is certainly, and I want to see, I'm curious what Pittsburgh did with, yeah, there we go. It's up now. So Wilmington has joined in on the festivities. and they have put in a tornado warning there. Again, this is, like I said, kind of a rural area of Licking County. Uh, it's just south of Newark, you know, right north of I-70. So it's over a pretty open area, uh, frankly. Uh, that said, though, it looks like this might be one of those storms where it just happens to miss most of the towns because Dillon State Park is up around here as it is. Uh, Zanesville obviously being here, but the way this thing looks to be tracking is a bit more to the east northeast. So for right now, it's generally over a less populated area. Nonetheless, how fast did I say that one's going? Oh, let's see here. That one was radar indicated hail 1 inch. It's moving 35 miles an hour. So both of these are a little bit slower than the main thing. Again, this one, I'm going to time it out to be about 40 miles an hour here, but that might be generous.
Got a cell that popped up to the east of Newark. That's Zanesville 1. Odell, Birmingham. Out ahead. To the southwest of Pittsburgh. See that one?
Let me pull it up. Yes, I think southeast of Pittsburgh.
Southwest.
Southwest of Pittsburgh. The one near Cambridge?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's that? Yeah, that one looks. Yeah, that thing did just pop up. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm just trying to put some time on this thing here. That certainly looks like that I don't know. That thing may or may not be on the ground at the moment. Let's see here. Man, it is difficult to tell if there is anything on the ground. I don't think we can't deduce anything from that radar scan. Meanwhile, for those of you interested in geology, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake I just got alerted to on my earthquake app because I'm a science nerd. 7.5 magnitude earthquake in Taiwan. Let's see here. Yeah. That'll wake you up.
I got a nephew that he's fat. He's kind of probably like you. He wants to be a weather guy, and man, every time he sees an earthquake, he's ready for the tsunamis.
Well, I don't think it possible tsunami information from oh yes. Let's see here. Clicking the breakpoint marker. Okay. Let's see here.
He was asking me if we put him on here. I mean, it'd be kind of funny watching him. He knows the Vegeta scale better than I do.
Vegeta scale. Well,
he rips it. He memorizes it to me. He's like the whole thing. Which one?
that is actually pretty. That's a good skill to have.
Yeah, I mean he's got it down.
It looks like there's no tsunami threat with this one. But that's certainly they're certainly filling that one. All righty. Well, that was your geology update once every couple million years. More you know. Yeah, this thing around Lancaster just really hasn't shaped up as much. But this thing, like I said, coming up out of heading towards the Muskingum County line, like I said, that certainly is pretty decent looking there on the radar imagery. Not so much in the hail department with this thing. Let's take a look here. Still radar indicated, nothing observed at the moment. Meanwhile, back in the woods, there is still that tornado warning ongoing for that West Union tornado. It does not look like that thing is on the ground anymore. The rotation has kind of fallen off a little bit. It's still there, but it has fallen off quite a bit. As far as our Huntsville thing, you won't believe it, but they extended that warning again.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, and you have a report that there is a tsunami warning, though, that is in effect for the Okinawa prefecture of Japan. So for those of you watching from the Okinawa prefecture, Japan, the Okinawa, you have a tsunami warning. 7.5 magnitude earthquake. Boy, man, you're getting it all tonight. It's snow, earthquake, tornado, straight line winds. What else are we missing? We got flooding. Dude, what else? What? We got a fire somewhere? Is Australia on fire or something?
I know we got a fire watch out here for.
There you go, fire. Go out and light a match.
Did you see that?
Let's get all hazards. Listen, the SPC said that all hazards were possible today.
Did you see on the fire stuff that they're putting out? Not National Weather Service with the AI technology and the satellites. It was on PBS like 3 or 4 days ago. Man, that's going to be fascinating.
Wait, what are they doing?
They're putting up. So the weather service put $800 million into this company in Florida that are going to put 250 satellites up that'll scan the whole United States every 7 minutes, and then it's going to detect lightning, and then when fires develop, that AI is going to learn the sparks, how it spreads, and then put up a complete warning system for EMS and weather service using the AI technology to detect the fire and then predict, what it'll do once it ignites.
That's going to be. I don't know how I feel about that.
It's going to be pretty fast. I mean, that's going to be because fires, man. They get. I mean, we've had them out here where they just, the wind, it just gets out of control, and there's nothing you can do but just let it burn.
I gotta restart my radar up here really quickly, but while I'm doing that, here you go. Here's your earthquake, courtesy of the USGS. As I gotta restart my radar here. There it is, 7.4 or 7.5. My guessing here is that one of these is a USGS pinpoint, and one of these might be from a different thing. I don't think they had. Yep, there we go. This appears to be our earthquake 7.4. Corrected. It was originally reported as a 7.5, but 7.4. This happened about 20 minutes ago. As far as tsunami information from this thing, I know, right? You're getting it all tonight. No, you're getting all this. Just, see, there you go. This you should subscribe to America's Weather Streaming Channel. We'll even tell you about earthquakes.
We got raccoons that predict them.
We got raccoons that predict earthquakes. We got tornadoes. We got raccoons that predict earthquakes. I think we need to sell that. So the rotation, by the way, on that storm is just now crossed into Muskingum County north of Hopewell. However, at the moment, It does not appear to be quite as defined as it was. Nonetheless, though, it is still a pretty decent signature. As for the Lancaster situation, that rotation does not appear to have materialized very well. They have issued a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for areas just north of Portsmouth on that tornado that we were tracking earlier that went over West Union. I've not gotten any reports yet from West Union. It looked like that tornado happened just north of West Union, like less than a mile north of downtown West Union. But there's there was that. As a matter of fact, too, there's a thinking there might be there may be additional severe weather possible down in what was I going to say? Alabama here as we go through the evening hours. As far as our earthquake, though, Okinawa prefecture down around here. This earthquake, though, that we were taking a look at happened pretty much right on the coast here of Taiwan, or at least it's pinpointed to be inland, so it might not end up being much of a tsunami situation. It is a yellow pager, though, on the earthquake from the USGS here. I haven't seen one of those in a little while. There you go. There's the shake map. It looks like the shaking was around probably a 7 or an 8 on the mercantile shake index here. Magnitude-wise, though, it is a 7.4, 18 kilometers southwest. I'm not sure what it's. Let me double check here. What this guy. Green pager. Oh, I'm sorry. The pager is green on this, and as far as tsunami is concerned, nothing for the West Coast. I look at the statement, and they don't expect anything for the West Coast. Not quite as strong of an earthquake, but right there on the Pacific Rim of Fire. There you go. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to our radar, shall we? All right, let's take a look here at our good friend over in Muskingum County. Muskingum County represent tonight. All right. That rotation is still going a little bit here. Oops, I should probably put on the radar for you guys. Let's not. There's your earthquake update. I'll let you know if USGS puts out anything about tsunami, but it looks like they're not expecting anything for. They're not expecting anything for the coast of the United States at this time. All righty. So we have our radar. Oh, sorry, that's an old one. Give me a second. I gotta put it up there. It's been a long day. All right. Boom, baby.
They're all
Let's take a look.
Storms are all looking like one big blob.
Which is, which doesn't surprise. The speed that they were moving. I mean,
these are slowed down big time, actually.
Well, these ones, yes, but the ones earlier,
yeah, they're just like.
Yeah, that was. So the rotation with this one coming out of. So again, this was the one that really had a really good signature south of Newark, Ohio. But again, it was over a position of Licking County where the population is not quite as much. But Licking County is very populated. As mentioned, Newark, about 50,000 people in that city itself, over 200,000, I think, or up to about 275,000 in the county itself. But it's over a very rural area. It's also just north of I-70, very busy interstate. And right now, it's over kind of a rural area of Muskingum County, not too far away from Dillon State Park. Fraziesburg up there. There is rotation, but it's not quite as defined as it was a couple of scans ago. So if there was a tornado, it's very possible it was a very quick spin-up developing kind of within this complex here. Nonetheless, there is still, probably at least a little bit of rotation going on here. This would have to be watched for maybe the possibility it could re-spin up. But this looked to be more of a spin-up type tornado rather than a long track type of tornado like what we were seeing earlier on. Certainly worth watching, but the moment it appears that tornado threat is kind of went down a little bit, but certainly some breezy conditions with there. It was radar indicated. We never really got anything about on the ground at any point. Meanwhile, we have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect. And again, this is going to be down here north of Portsmouth, Ohio, getting close to Huntington Ironton's down here. There's Ashland, Kentucky, and then Huntington, West Virginia, the Tri-City area. This guy is staying north of that, again, tracking over kind of a hilly, rural area of Ohio. Jackson, Ohio, right here. We got Hocking Hills, which is over way up here. There's Nelsonville. Here's Athens. That's where the University of Ohio is in Athens. And then we have Meigs County, which is a pretty rural county too. Just a couple of small towns down there. Here it is on the velocity, not quite as defined as it was when it was over West Union, but this storm does have a history of cycling itself, which is why that tornado warning was continued. The tornado warning that was over West Union, that has since long been expired. But this, like I said, we'll keep an eye on it. It is produced probably at least 4 tornadoes, maybe 3. It's hard to tell if the 2 that went through the Louisville area were the same one. But it produced one near Maysville, actually more so towards Ripley, and then another one about a mile north of downtown West Union. Behind that, tornado watch has been allowed to expire across the Dayton area, as well as Cincinnati. Louisville is no longer under the tornado watch. All of Indiana is now here for tornado watch, as is Western and Western. The tornado watch is in the east to include Morristown, also Virginia, I do believe, is also under that tornado watch. Northern, let's see here. It's not including any counties in North Carolina at the moment. Counties in far eastern or West Virginia. And includes all the way to Pittsburgh. County and I believe Beaver County is included in that watch. And area right now not under Ohio.
Hey, you're cut. You're choppy. Choppy. There you go. I couldn't hear everything, but I'm probably going to say, did you run down all those? It was choppy.
Yeah, I run down all those. So, yeah. So, again, the tornado warning for Lancaster has been expired. The tornado warning for Muskingum County is still in effect. Although the rotation is not quite as strong, we may have had a spin up somewhere over southeastern Licking County, but it does not look like that thing might still be around. Again, just kind of a spin up tornado on the leading edge of a kind of a Boeing segment here. Spirit thunderstorm warning is in effect around Cadiz, Ohio, going back up into kind of the rural areas of Tuscarora County for maybe some hail. The main thing, though, is this flash flood warning that is in effect, and now we are seeing more heavy rain on top of that. So while there is a little bit of a tornado threat still, the main thing is probably going to end up being flash flooding yet again from Coshocton all the way over towards New Philadelphia, heading back towards Cambridge, and potentially also in the Zanesville area. Zanesville kind of sits at the base of kind of a bowl, more or less, in elevation. So that might be something that could be a little bit trippy over the next hour or so around Zanesville. We had that continuation of that tornado warning from this storm that did produce about, we believe, 3 to 4 tornadoes. We're not sure if the 2 through Louisville were the same tornado or separate. I think they were separate. So it then produced a little tornado near Ripley and then another one over West Union. Whether or not those 2 were the same one, we're not quite sure either. But regardless, this particular storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. Right now, it doesn't look like it's in the midst of doing any. However, that tornado warning is still in effect, and we'll see if that gets carried over into Jackson County, or towards the Jackson, Ohio area, excuse me, as we go through the next maybe hour or so. Aftershock earthquake just reported 6.5 aftershock earthquake in that same area of Taiwan. We'll look at that here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, things kind of getting a little bit more active in parts of Kentucky right now, but no tornado warnings there, mainly just some straight line winds. And let's see if we got any rotation with some of these guys. Let's keep an eye on this one. South of Danville, Kentucky, south of Lexington, north of Somerset, Kentucky. Pretty much right in the center part of the state. Yeah, there's a little bit of a notch there with this guy. We'll see what that does. Again, kind of a little bit far away from the nearest radar, not the best coverage. And then we have this guy down here, a little bit closer to the Nashville radar, Thompsonsville, Burkesville, a lot of villas down there. Yeah, Clarksville, Nashville, Tompkinsville, Burkesville. I'm noticing a theme. Russellville, Centerville. Dude, what is up with all the vills? Anyways, so there is not much of a rotation there on this, but that might change a little bit. And we do have a special weather statement for Kingston Springs near Bellevue, Tennessee, for maybe a little bit of hail. But this is pretty much the main line right here. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye. We do have a brand new tornado watch that is actually in effect. And that brand new tornado watch includes Birmingham, Alabama. It includes Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, as well as Meridian, Mississippi, heading back over towards Philadelphia, Mississippi. And that is, like I said, a brand new watch. Let me double check here on the information regarding that particular watch. Let's see what I can pull up here. Okay, that is, as mentioned, a brand new watch. And that is going to be for Alabama. Now, this one is interesting. This is a brand new tornado watch that is in effect, according to the SPC. They're including supercell development here to intensify over the course of this evening. They are expecting that the chance will increase after sunset. The low-level jet considers to increase here. So with that in mind, let's go ahead, and what I'm going to do is I want to take a little bit of a look here at that low-level jet here. See if maybe we can't pull up what it looks like at the moment. Let's see here. We go down to the deep south. Deep down to the south. And there's a nice little jet there. What you got? Got anything for me?
Oh, I am trying to watching your stuff here. As far as you've run them all down.
Well, I will say though, this low-level jet. There's been quite a bit of moisture into Alabama. Let's see if I can show you the meso analysis here.
Yeah.
Pop it up here for you. There you go. This is the we are looking at the 925 millibar level here. Ample moisture coming off the Gulf, and here's 850. Yeah, a little notch or a nice little thing there. You have the storm firing up. That could be interesting. In fact, it's interesting actually about this one is that the watch itself is coming with a high likelihood. High likelihood of tornadoes and a moderate of strong tornadoes. It's kind of interesting because that is actually kind of a higher risk than the tornado watch that's in effect for eastern Ohio. Let me go ahead and pull it up here for you so that you are able to see this watch. I will flip up the screen here. Give me one quick second while I pull up the watch for everybody here. And here you go. This is the tornado watch that is in effect. This one goes until 2 a.m. And it includes Hattiesburg, Meridian, Tuscaloosa, Centerville, Birmingham, Anniston, Rome, Georgia, Huntsville. I think no, Huntsville's not in that. Regardless, it's close enough. Maxwell Air Force Base, Montgomery, Alabama. What do you think? What do you think, Chris? What do you think about setup on this one?
That is a good chunk of Alabama, and we could be here well into the night. But yeah, that is just been issued there. Although that jet moisture looked like it's more in the center part of this box area, so that would be where the stronger storms would be.
Is this the sequel? The sequel event?
Right.
Is. Well, we were expecting strong storms down across the deep south, so this doesn't surprise me.
Right. This has gone. These type of storms have come all the way across Oklahoma last night. Through Missouri, and they're all all in that line direction. So I imagine we're going to see as that just keeps pushing that cold front. We're going to, it's just going to keep marching eastward.
When the storms come marching in. All right. That's all I got for now.
Yeah, your state's off there.
There is a new tornado warning that is actually in effect for northern Perry County in Ohio. That includes Somerset. Ohio. Let's take a look here, Perry County. A little bit of rotation there. It's radar indicated, so nothing on the ground, but again, kind of a similar situation. I will say that rotation coming up around the just north there of Zanesville, it's still looking like there might be a little bit of a signature there, a little bit of a notch, but not quite as defined as it was. Here is the warning for Somerset, heading back up towards other parts, not including Thornville, though, which is kind of a little bit more of a built-up area. Does not include New Lexington, and it does not include any part of Muskingum County. This particular tornado warning. This one does include Muskingum County, but this is mainly just a Perry County tornado warning for the moment here. If we were to actually go ahead here and loop at a few radar scans, you'll get kind of an idea here of what prompted that tornado warning. A little bit of a notch right here. You can see it right there. It does look like though it has kind of gone back a little bit into the storm, so it may have occluded itself. But nonetheless, still a little bit of an outflow. We'll see what this thing decides it might want to do over the next few scans. But that tornado warning is in effect for another about 22 minutes or so. The one from Muskingum County is still in effect for another 8 minutes. They have expanded the severe thunderstorm warning downrange to include Guernsey County and Newcomerstown and southern Tuscarora County. Right now, we'll see if that rotation maybe holds up a little bit, but at the moment, it does appear that it has kind of dropped off slightly. You could still maybe try to rego itself, but at the moment, some weak rotations here, right at the edge of a bunch of different radar sites, with the exception of the local Columbus radar. But that's what we're tracking right now with that. Let's take a look here down around the Jackson, Ohio area. see how our good long track storm is doing. This guy coming all the way from around Louisville. It's looking like it's starting to bow out a little bit. We'll see what that ends up doing with it, but that might not be the best news for that particular stuff. Oh, look at that.
Popped one up southwest of there.
I'm sorry?
Portsmouth. Just popped
Portsmouth. Portsmouth. There you go. New Spirit Thunders. Look at that right there. All right, let's take a look at this bad boy. Radar indicated. There it is. A notch there.
That's got a little
This
notch.
is a different storm now, because this is the main one, or the one that we've been tracking since Louisville. And this is a new little guy that's kind of fired up, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? I don't think so.
No, that one's been Marysville. That's been in that line. West, actually, it's south and west of the one that went through there. That one that went through Maysville and West Union is to the north. So this is to the south and west of that one.
Yeah, because this is the Maysville one, right up here. This is a separate. Well, right. This one has been tagging along with it. It's not the same mesocyclone. All right. Meteorology discussion for those of you watching. I'll tell you what, this one here might be worth watching too. New one now down around Maysville, obviously moving away. And so we got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. All right, let's take a look at this guy. Is this part of that same storm, or is this a different storm? Chris, do you know?
Where you at?
Right.
That one?
Right near the Virginia-Kentucky border.
Virginia, Kentucky.
It's radar indicated too.
Yeah, that is a new one.
Look at this.
I believe.
And we got this guy up here, which looks
Right, the one by Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah.
So near Jackson. No warning on it yet, but it might have some potential.
Yep. I think that one will go.
What else we got back here? We got this guy. Let's take a look here. This is going to be near Danville, Kentucky. Not in the best position, radar coverage wise. So we've done some warning on that one at the moment, but not much else on that one. They have extended that tornado warning into Guernsey County. Let's take a look. Something happened over the last radar scan or two. Let's take a look. It does look like it's bowing a little bit here. Certainly going to be having a gusty, a little bit of a gust there. Let's take a look at this thing really quickly here. I'm surprised they extended that. Right there, just south of Adamsville. This would track it north of New Concord, and probably going to just end up being just north of Cambridge if it holds on this track. At least the area of rotation. But again, it's not as strong as what we had seen when it was back over Licking County. But it is still there nonetheless. If we flip over to the Pittsburgh radar, which happens to be the closest radar there, again, we are now at the Pittsburgh weather office, Chris. That's how many weather offices we have jumped through today. Now we're all the way over to the Pittsburgh office. Here it is right there, picking up a little bit just out there in Dresden. Again, it's probably going to be passing just right near Adamsville. It could end up all the way somewhere between about It's going to be north of Cambridge, but probably maybe south of Kimballton, or maybe at Kimballton itself. All that there in Guernsey County. A little bit of Coshocton County is included within that trend warning. A very sliver of it here. We'll see maybe if it tries tracking up towards that way. But for right now, that is the latest trend warning. Let me take a look here. I want to see how it's looking at the. We also got that severe thunderstorm warning that's still ongoing, though, around Harrison County and Carroll County. But at the moment, I don't. That doesn't seem to appear to have any rotation with it. Correlation coefficient not helping much. Doesn't really show us too much. Yeah. Let's see here. Anthony is on Facebook updating Ohio viewers. Good for Anthony. Tell Anthony to join in, Michael, when he gets a chance.
Yeah,
let's take a look at that.
I'm going to have to go in like 15 minutes. So,
yeah, tell Anthony to join in.
Yeah.
Michael, when you get a chance, tell him to join in. Help relieve Chris here. Still watching that storm though up around Jackson. It is still rotating a little bit. We'll see if that thing maybe wants to recycle again here. Again, kind of getting a little bit active. And I'll tell you what, this guy around south of West Union does have the kind of indication that it might be trying to start developing maybe into its own supercell right about here. We'll wait and see here what goes on with that. My only concern is that it's trailing right behind two other storms. So it might not have the best air to work with, but it does look like it is trying to structure itself a little bit here. That being said,
the one that was southwest of Zanesville dropped. It expired.
They dropped the one in Perry County? Yes, they did. All right. So they dropped the Perry County tornado warning, and now we are just left with the Guernsey County tornado warning quickly making its way through. Again, nothing at the moment. Like I said, just looking at it, and like I said, this is the area, one of the areas I worked in for quite a while doing broadcasts. This isn't the strongest signature I've ever seen. The one we had earlier was pretty decent. Like I said, over in Licking County, this is looking like it's kind of bowing out just a little bit here, but we'll see maybe something on this section of it. I will say, though, that the warning does not appear to line up with the rotation.
The one by Jackson now is to the. It's got a little. That's got a. I mean, it doesn't have anything on it, but
it's that one near Jack. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I was peeking at that one before we moved up here. So the one that Chris just mentioned is going to be this storm right here up near Jackson, and this is the one that produced that rotation or that tornado in West Union. So this is the same mesocyclone and everything. We'll see what this thing decides it wants to do. It's looking, it is looking pretty good again. And then we got this guy down here around West Union, which I'm curious to see how this thing develops. So right now, most of the activity appears to be down in southeastern Ohio and parts of Kentucky. And there is the indication that we could be having a fun time in Alabama here in just a little bit if the SPC gets its way. This one I'm like I said, this storm I'm kind of curious about. Is this the closest radar site? Yeah. Curious about to see how this one's going to behave. And then yes, there's this guy, which we may see a tornado warning put back on this. Regardless, it does have a little bit of a bowing feature to it, so there probably is going to be some pretty gusty winds about to go into Jackson here, Ohio. And then we have our good friend up here, still radar indicated. Right now, I don't think we have any observed tornadoes, at least tornado warnings at the moment. But yeah, and this guy down here, right at the border. A little hard to see up here on the radar. It's not in the best position, but there it is. A little bit of a notch there, but I wouldn't, at the moment, the way it looks at the moment, I wouldn't be expecting too much from that one. Chris, anything new on your end?
No, I'm just keep. I mean, this line is. I think just watching it here the last 30 minutes all the way. They got the one by West Union and back. It's it's pretty intensifying again along that frontal boundary, and I think when it's just going to keep going. I think it looks like it's just going to keep training. And then I kind of looked up the rain amounts up there in that flood area, and it does look like they're going to go 1 to 2 inches of additional rainfall in there. So the flooding in that southeastern parts of Ohio there, that's going to be, flooding's just as bad. I mean, it is worse than probably the tornadic activity as far as danger and stuff. So if anybody's high water or anything there, do not drive through. Don't attempt to. So that will be an issue because it's been training and raining there, and it's still going to be continuing here for a couple hours. So
I'll tell you what, around this area, it's like I said, it's a lot of rolling hills. There's a lot of little creeks and streams around this area, and you get back on some of those country roads that are not well lit, that have a lot of sharp turns. Yeah, there's a lot of flash flooding sometimes that occurs on there, especially at nighttime. It's very difficult to see. Like I said, I've actually had that happen before. In this very area, you just get those narrow country road highways, a lot of little creeks and streams around, and yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to add that in there, but
yeah, that's a especially night that's coming across the road. I know when I was working in Kansas City those years, there was way more. I mean, lots of deaths there, and in Kansas City is the same way. You got the Missouri River that kind of runs through there, and you got the Kansas River coming in from there, and you have all them valleys along the interstate highway system. And when that rain comes down, they just flood down those small creeks and valleys and come over the roads, and people, just think that it doesn't look that deep. They drive through it, and then pretty soon it's a mess. I mean, you can't stop the car from sliding or get out of it, and so definitely take precautions on that.
definitely, especially, yeah, it's given all the rain that they've been having. I mean, it certainly is a wet one, and not only that, but you know, uh, that storm around Jackson is still trying.
Yeah, that's the one I keep
It
liking.
actually looked really good last scan. Not so much
Yeah.
this current scan, but the last scan looked really good.
Right, that right there. Yeah, it was.
This thing will not give up, and that's the kind of storm I like. One that just keeps on. Let's see here. Double check. Still radar indicated. No trigger warning though with that storm in Jackson. Of course, this is now the Charleston, West Virginia office. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, I believe this is the Charleston weather office that has this area. So yeah, we've gone from Paducah all the way to Pittsburgh office and now Charleston, West Virginia office. Yeah, it's been busy for a lot of things. Let's take a look at here down in Alabama, though, and get your input here before you head out. Let's take a look at some of these storms down here. Few weather statements. Let's see here.
They're popping up.
Oh, there's something right there.
Yep.
Little knot.
Yep. So that's that watch we were just talking about, that low level jet. That's right where it was.
Yeah.
So
Right over it. And then this is, see about this stuff around Meridian here. Let's see, what's the other radar site up here? This is the Jackson radar site, man. Not much of a better option here.
that blow up there. Yep.
Yeah, this might be interesting to watch here over the next hour. We'll see what this does here. Uh, that that just looks fun. This little guy right here. Okay. Other than that, Chris, well, you have been with me now for the past 5.5 hours. We were actually talking for a good, what, half hour, 45 minutes before we even went live. You
Yeah.
said you had to, do you, anything else you want to add?
Well, I think, I just got some messages from Michael and stuff said we added a lot. Every time we have these live severe weather events, we just keep, we started the other day on one there in Kansas. We're adding about 100 followers per event, per state. So that is what we are
Yeah.
trying to do here is grow this and get more of our meteorologists involved so we can bring this product. It's kind of unique. Our phone app, us meteorologists, we're wanting to communicate with folks and answer their questions and educate at the same time. So you've listened, Timmy's geography and odd facts, and that really hones in on what we're trying to do. And the fact that all of us are from different backgrounds and across the country, I think, it adds to, it's not just the same meteorologist over and over again. So if people are following us, and if they do follow us, if they're really weather enthusiasts and want to follow the weather across the country, we've watched this system, start out here in Kansas. It kind of went right around us. We were kind of, what we've been getting here, the first severe weather one I did on this was we had a blizzard and a tornado warning within 60 miles of each other in the same county warning area. And I've been 25 years and I don't remember that ever doing that.
When was that? Was that
was
recent?
two weeks ago, I believe. Now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Was that the same? That would have been the same event where we had that beautiful hook echo.
Yeah. So we had them out west, and then that night we were like, "How do you cover it?" And you jumped on, and that saved on there. So, that was, we had that event, and then this one, and then it looks like we got another one. We've already got fire for Saturday. We've got a fire watch, a high wind watch or warning potential, and severe weather Saturday afternoon into Sunday morning. And like I was saying, it does look like there could be 6, 7, 8, 9 inches of snow out in Colorado again. So every time I go downtown and I say the S word on the local radio station, I about get daggers, when I go to the senior center or anywhere out in public. They're like, "Is this snow?" Everybody's worried about it. It's going to snow all the way to the end of April. we're ready for spring, and I'll be curious. This thing Saturday, it's where it was showing 70-mile-an-hour winds already. That thing wrapping up and tightening, and then that just goes right across.
It's funny too that you talk about the snow. Up here where I am, up way northern, pretty much basically right up on Duluth, northern Minnesota, near Duluth. I'm in the Wisconsin side of the area, but we did not get any snow really this winter, except for the 18 inches of snow we got last week, and that's snowing again here today, courtesy of this same system. So it's interesting that now all of a sudden it wants to snow up here. It's been a very weird winter up here, very unusual.
Well, for us, we have. Since 2000, we've only had probably 3 or 4 winters where we've got above normal snow, or it's just dry. And you've seen, we're considered west, like what goes on in the Southwest and that. But this winter we had 4 blizzards, one in October, one. So we're on Halloween time, right at Halloween. One at Thanksgiving.
Yes, we got snow. We got snow up here for that one.
January 8th. They all were 4 to 8 inch varieties. When we usually used to get blizzards when I was younger, they were the 14, 20 inches, big snowdrifts at the top of the house. These were 0 snow, 5-foot drift, 0 snow, 5-foot drift. I mean, all over the area, and there's 4 of them. And so when we were almost talking about a 5th one, the schools here are just like, so this month in school we had spring break, snow day, Easter break. I don't think they've gone to school for 2 weeks.
They up here when we had our snow last week, they pulled they closed everything because we haven't had a chance to close anything this year. So everyone was just like the heck with it. Everything was closed. I was sitting there going, if this was January, everything would be open. But because we haven't had anything.
Right. All righty. Well, I got to roll out of here. It's 8 o'clock. So.
No problem. I'm going to stick around with you guys here for a little bit, take a look at this radar, and we'll see maybe if Anthony will join us again. I know he's covering some stuff in Ohio, but he hops on. But otherwise, Chris, thank you for keeping me company for the past 5.5 hours.
I appreciate it. And this was fun. I think we'll do
more. Oh, yeah.
See if we can.
It's always fun for me. All right. We'll see you later.
All righty. Talk to you later. Bye.
Cheerio. And then, ladies and gentlemen, there was one left. All righty, so for those of you wondering, a little bit of an update here on the storms. As far as active tornado warnings are concerned, the only 2 that we have right now is a little bit of a remainder of a tornado warning from a storm in far southeastern Kentucky, right up near the Virginia border. That's likely going to expire. We also have this tornado warning up here in Guernsey County. We were tracking that one a little bit ago, heading up towards the Cambridge area. Still radar indicated rotation. Right now, it does not appear that there is anything on the ground. Or let's take a look here at our velocity really quickly before I go much further on that here. But again, last radar scan did not appear to have much on the ground. There's still a little bit of a faint rotation here. Ongoing just northwest of Cambridge, Ohio, heading up towards the Kimballton area. The tornado warning remains in effect for another 29 minutes. We'll see if that gets extended, but right now does not appear to be the strongest sign of rotation that we have seen. Our long track supercell, all the way from at least Louisville, Kentucky, is now making its way through Jackson into parts of Meigs County, Ohio. This actually looked really decent on the radar a few seconds ago, but now it's not quite as defined. Nonetheless, tornado possible tagged still with that particular storm. Further down to the south, around the Portsmouth area, watching this storm here. No severe thunderstorm warning on it earlier. A little bit ago, I mentioned that it'd be interesting to see how this one develops. We'll take a little bit of a look at it here. But the latest radar scans here, we will see how this bad boy is doing. But all things considered, it does have a little bit of a notch right here. Again, west of Portsmouth. Again, this thing is traveling to the northeast here, so it's probably going to be passing just north of Portsmouth. Not quite as promising looking as it was at least a few radar scans ago. Doesn't mean that internally it's not doing any worse. Again, this storm certainly bears some watching. Otherwise, that is kind of about the height of the activity, at least across Ohio at this time. Now, we do still have tornado watches that are in effect across parts of eastern Kentucky. And the other area that is going to be worth watching as we head into the rest of the evening is actually going to be down here in Alabama. Brand new tornado watch, well, as of about an hour ago. It does include most of central Alabama. They're expecting severe weather chances to maybe increase, courtesy of a low-level jet that is beginning to increase, and that tends to happen during nighttime. Those low-level jets tend to like the nighttime hours better. Regardless, there are no active warnings down around the Birmingham area or Montgomery or even around Meridian, Mississippi, but that could be changing later on. So with that in mind, let's go ahead here. I'm going to turn off my old video here so we can get a little bit of a look here. So I can give my bandwidth here a little bit of a rest. But all things considered at the moment, again, things still a little bit on the quiet side. Well, relatively speaking, I guess I should say. But what we've noticed over the past, well, I guess I should say the course of this evening is that, ironically, these storms all seem to cycle around the same time. So that's been giving us kind of a fun time. We also had an earthquake earlier. That's right, folks. We had an earthquake in Taiwan. Not only that, but we've had numerous aftershocks. We tend to see that with these stronger earthquakes. Let's take a look here. Pull it up here for you on the map. For those of you with interests in Taiwan, that's where this guy happened. This earthquake actually was a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. There was initially a tsunami concern, but that no longer looks like that is going to be the case, at least along the Pacific coast. I do believe the Okinawa prefecture did have a tsunami warning that was in effect. I'm not sure if that still is there, but overall, nice little earthquake there right on the coast. Certainly was felt here. Now what we're going to be seeing over the course of probably the next week at least is a bunch of little aftershocks here. In fact, we actually had a 6.5, we had a 6.5 aftershock. Again, when you get these big earthquakes like that, you tend to when you get those big earthquakes like that, you tend to get a series of aftershocks. In fact, if you look at any big earthquake event, there's always aftershocks. And in some cases, the stronger they are, the longer those aftershocks will continue. But in this case, I'd imagine for at least the next week or so, we're probably going to continue to see some decent aftershocks. That's they had one of us. So the main earthquake, 7.4 aftershock, a 6.5, another aftershock of a 5.7, and then a 5.5 aftershock just a few moments ago. Again, all around this area. This will probably be active here for a little bit. Most likely it's not on the Pacific Rim of Fire, so this may have been some form of a mega thrust earthquake or something along those lines. Those tend to be the stronger ones. Typically, with the slip faults, you don't normally get very, very strong earthquakes, but you can certainly get them nonetheless, i.e., San Andreas fault, all that kind of stuff there. So it'll be interesting to see. I have to look exactly as to what type of earthquake this was. My guess, though, is that obviously this being the Pacific Rim of Fire, this is a very active earthquake zone. All around the Pacific Rim here, going back up here through Indonesia, all the way up the coast here, Japan, back into the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, Alaska, old Russia, and then, of course, along the British Columbia coast, heading back to the west coast, all the way down to Chile. That is a very, 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 call it the Ring of Fire. And, in geologists, they call it the Ring of Fire. It's a very incredibly active earthquake zone. This is where we normally see our big earthquakes. Or the New Madrid fault line, which hasn't been active in about 200 years, but every now and then it rumbles. But again, right now that's kind of that. So, like I said, we were tracking not only tornadoes tonight, but we also had an earthquake. Well, again, it was all the way over in Taiwan, but kind of interesting there nonetheless. Interesting severe weather evening for sure. All right. That being said, as far as active tornado warnings are concerned, believe it or not, we don't have any right now at this time, but that might change a little bit later on here. I'll probably myself be continuing this live chat here for maybe another 15 minutes or so before I myself am probably going to wrap it up here a little bit. But nonetheless, I will say overnight tonight, we could see some activity down here across Alabama. Where, like I said, they have a new tornado watch that is in effect, and that tornado watch is going to be in effect through a good portion of the overnight hours. All right, so earthquakes, tornadoes, flooding. All we need now is a hurricane, and I think we'd have all the bases covered. Volcano eruption would also probably be helpful too. What else do we need? We need a volcano. We need a tsunami. Well, we maybe had a small one. I don't know. It didn't look like that earthquake happened over the ocean, though, so probably not. What else we got? What else we need? There is a wildfire threat. I don't know if we have any active wildfires going on, but that's always a thing. It's snowing up here in Wisconsin. Winter storm warnings in effect from Green Bay all the way to Wausau, heading back up towards Ashland. Blizzard warnings in effect for Marquette. Again, a little bit of a No event up there. Could see a couple of inches of snow around the Rhinelander area, heading back down towards Wausau, and obviously going into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Again, all one system. These strong low pressures tend to bring all types of severe weather. That being said, keeping an eye right now on the main event. Well, main event kind of stretches a little bit here, but the expected next maybe chapter here of our severe weather event is potentially going to be down here in Alabama, long after I probably wrap this video up. But let's take a look here a little bit at it. All righty, there we go. Good times. So right now, tornado watch is in effect there. Again, we do have storms that are firing up right now. It does not appear there's anything that would indicate an immediate tornado on the ground or something along those lines. However, as mentioned, this is one of those situations where it's possible, well, not possible, but we're expecting that this might begin to uptick as we go through the next couple of hours. In fact, if we took a look at the velocity images right now, there is a little bit of a notch trying to develop. We're looking north of Forkland here, north of Demopolis. Still kind of out in rural Alabama-ish here. Again, south of Tuscaloosa. This storm would probably be tracking up to about the northeast here. Again, still somewhat kind of a rural-ish area, relatively speaking. But keep an eye on that here as a matter of fact. And again, as I mentioned, I will shut my camera off, save bandwidth a little bit here, but take a look. There you go. We'll see what this guy does here over the next couple of radar scans. In the meantime, we'll kind of talk a little bit here about the weather. So overall today, we did see some active weather. However, it was not quite as one thing that we saw was these storms were moving pretty quickly. And we saw a lot of them kind of running into each other, which probably limited some of that tornado potential there. As a lot of times with these stronger type of thunderstorms, you want them to be a little bit more isolated. You don't want anything to really interfere with its structure or its inflow. Now, mind you can have two storms right up on top of each other and get a pretty, decent situation. But generally speaking, these things are really booking it through Indiana earlier on today. It almost kind of formed more or less a little bit of a line. We counted there might have been at least maybe 4 tornadoes, mainly from one storm. It passed its way north of Louisville, around the Jeffersonville, Indiana area, and also produced damage over the town of, I believe it was, let me double check here, Newcastle, Kentucky. So it was probably 2 separate tornadoes. Regardless, both of them showed up there on the radar, or it might have been the same one, but looked like it was probably 2. Then that same storm kind of cycled down a little bit. Then we saw that same storm recycle as across the Ohio River near Ripley, producing a little bit of a trail there. That signature then dropped down, and then it looked like it might have produced another one right like less than a mile north of West Union, Ohio, small town, about 3,000 people in the southern part of the state. And that rotation appeared to have weakened a little bit. Now we are seeing the activity kind of ticking down a little bit across parts of Ohio. Mind you, we did have a possibility of a little tornado maybe around Licking County. There was a couple of tornado warnings we were watching around Fairfield County too, on the East Columbus Metro. But all things considered, that was that. Now we have ourselves a brand new tornado warning that is in effect for southern Muskegon County. And let's go ahead and I'll pull up this guy for you. This is another little radar indicated type of situation. We'll zoom it out here so we can take a little bit of a look here. And again, this is a brand new tornado warning. Now we still have the one across Guernsey County, but the Guernsey County one is probably going to be set to expire here, and we'll see if maybe they try to expand it. A little hard to see. It's right over Philo, Ohio, north of Blue Rock, so it's already past Zanesville, and South Zanesville too, as well as way south of New Concord. This is mainly going to be staying out around the wilds and kind of the rural area here of southern Muskegon County. Let's see if we can't see it up on the Columbus radar. A little bit of a hook here. Showing up, looks like kind of on the back end here of all this complex, and let's take a little bit of a look here on the velocity. Oh, yeah, that is certainly something there. Let's see how this thing is done over the past couple of frames. Here we are taking a look at earthquakes, and a little bit of a refire up here of that activity. So this is over the recent couple of scans here. Again, this is going to be south of Zanesville, southeast of Zanesville, so it's not going towards Zanesville, but this little guy right over Philo, small little town there, Philo, and there's another little small town, Philo and Duncan Falls. There's a little Dairy Queen there. Used to drive down to because it was less crowded than the one up here. That's a pretty decent signature here. Might be this trigger warning might need to be moved a bit further up to include Chandlersville. But we'll see what that does here. Again, the signature is a little bit of a signature there. Not the strongest signature in the world, but that is certainly a signature. There may be something in the lower levels here. And again, this is coming up on the this is going to be passing right over Ohio 60, the highway there. But then it kind of, like I said, it goes into somewhat of a rural area. Mind you, Chandlersville is right here. So it's not like there's nothing out here. But again, most of the population of Muskingum County is back over in this area. South Zanesville, Dillon Falls, going back up towards going back over towards Hopewell, Nashport, Frazeysburg, and Dresden way up here, as well as Adamsville. But we'll stick with this thing here for a few moments. I want to see what this guy is going to do. Now, like I said, we'll see maybe if they expand that Trento warning to include or maybe shifting it up a little bit. It does not look like it's going to be tracking anywhere down near Blue Rock at the moment. This thing looks like it's probably going to be going a bit east-northeasterly here. Again, still radar indicated here, but we'll take a look at what we get here. We'll keep up this radar imagery here. And let's see here. Get it up there for you. Take a little bit of a look at it. We'll see what becomes of this particular storm. Now, again, I know right where this is. A nice relaxing drive I used to do was I would go from Zanesville all the way down to Philo. They have a nice little bridge there, cross over and come back. It's no traffic lights once you get to about here. Actually, really, the first traffic light isn't until you get to, I think, Marietta Avenue. And then the next one, I think, is right down near Duncan Falls. But it's a nice little drive, get a river view. It pretty much runs right along the river. Pretty good drive. I actually used to do quite a bit. All right, by rotation. Let's see here. Newest radar scan is showing it is still there. Like I said, I am curious to see if the warning. It's interesting. The warning does not appear to be covering the entirety of that circulation. So we'll see maybe if they try bumping that up a little bit to maybe include Chandlersville and Rex Mills and New Concord. We'll see if it holds out to that. But at the moment, again, radar indicated, does not appear if there is anything on the ground, but again, it could have been a little spin up one there. Let me double check here. Nothing on the correlation coefficients again. But then again, we're looking at an area that's not the best for that type of signal. Alrighty. Well, let's see. That thing might still be hanging on. Give this thing another scan or two. We'll see what happens with this guy. Again, like I said, nothing confirmed at the moment. The warning has been constricted. Again, they took out Blue Rock, and the Wilds, though, is still included in that. But interestingly, that warning has not been shifted northwards. But, so it is coming right up on Chandlersville. And right here. So this is the rotation coming right up on Chandlersville here. So we'll see if it tries to hold out a little bit. This warning goes for another 27 minutes. My guess is, though, is it'll probably expire before that. Meanwhile, we still have our warning up here in Guernsey County that goes for another 12 minutes, and that'll be allowed to expire. Behind that, well, let's see, maybe they might start exiting away here at the watch. Other activity going on right now, really, not much. We have this weird thunderstorm warning that is down here in Kentucky. That storm is falling apart. So we'll just kind of disregard that. And then we have this guy in Winchester, Tennessee, just outside of Chattanooga. Let's see what this guy is capable of doing. Little guy here. My guess is here. Let me double check something. A little bit, possibly in some rotation. We'll see what develops from this guy. That's courtesy of the Huntsville radar. And then naturally, we have our activity down in Alabama. And this storm we were looking at, again, kind of out way south of Tuscaloosa. It does have a little bit of a notch right here. You see it right there. And we'll see what this guy also tries to do here. But at this time, aside from those two tornado warnings, one of which will likely expire, the other one, well, both of these are probably going to be short-lived. Let's take a look here at our good friend, our storm, all the way down from Louisville. See how this guy's doing. Not looking quite as good as it was earlier. Oh, yeah, it's really not looking quite as well as it was earlier. It did have this one had a history of cycling, but I'm not sure if the way it looks at the moment, I don't know if it's going to try to cycle again. We have this way that we were watching, but now it's starting to get really kind of cluttered up here with a lot of rain. So we might be losing the potential here for tornadic activity across parts of southeastern Ohio. Meanwhile, yeah, that's that. So we got a nice tornado watch. Watch extends all the way down to Alabama. Again, these are separate tornado watches, but you get the idea. And let's take a look here one more time at our good friend here, Philo, Ohio. All right, this is it on the Pittsburgh radar, but we did see it was a little bit better when we flipped over towards the near the Columbus radar. Of course, now we are getting right at the edge of that thing's reliable coverage. Let's take one more look here, though, at how this thing looks on the velocity. It's still kind of hanging on a little bit as it approaches Chandlersville, but latest scan is showing to be much weaker. So that, like I said, this warning will probably be allowed to expire, and I think they're going to allow the Guernsey County one to expire too. So we're going to be left with no tornado warnings for a time, at least in Ohio. This activity down here did not appear to be quite as favorable for tornadic. Let's see here. I mean, the problem is like I said, there's so much precipitation around there that it's not the best setup. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we've lost kind of structure on this guy. And just lost structure with that one too. So yeah, that is about the height of the excitement. And then there's that stuff down around Alabama. So we'll probably go for another minute or two just to round it off to an even number in terms of the coverage, but that could be worth watching. This guy right here. So we'll give us a couple of radar scans here, and we'll see what becomes of it. Alrighty, latest radar scan coming in. We are looking all the way down in Alabama at this time. We were taking a look at that storm up near Philo, Ohio. The rotation on that, though, it does seem to have weakened a little bit. We got a couple of storms firing up right now. Again, we're looking south of Birmingham and south of Tuscaloosa. Low-level jet continues to kind of increase through the evening hours. That's helping to bring in, additional moisture, but it's also helping to add in a little bit of some wind steering too. Right now, the no active tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings of any of these storms in central Alabama. However, one thing that we're going to keep an eye on is the evolution of these storms here as we go through maybe the next little bit. But all things considered, we'll wait to see how exactly this is going to shape up. But we may or may not have to cover. We probably won't be covering this portion here much longer. But I do want to give it a few more radar scans before we. I wrap things up here on this particular live stream. And for those of you who have been tuning in and out intermittently, oh, yes, it has been going on for almost 6 hours now. We have been talking about these storms. Taking a quick look at that storm routes that are on the Philo, Duncan Falls area, heading over to Chandlersville. The rotation on that really falling apart. My guess is this warning will be expired and nothing will be in its replacement. Guernsey County tornado warning likely also going to expire. We'll see if it does anything a little bit further downstream. But the activity really looks like it's falling apart here. Conditions just not quite as favorable. Otherwise, we have a couple storms making their way through parts of Tennessee. Nothing severe with those. Again, right now, kind of the main focus is going to be this section down here. North of Demopolis, north of Montgomery, we've got some storms right in between Birmingham and Montgomery. And that could be interesting to keep a little bit of an eye on.